Freedom. You say America, and it's probably the next word that comes to mind. It's our fundamental right to live our lives however we want. But freedom isn't something we've always had. When I was 18, I joined the Air Force, and I did well enough on my test to qualify as an electronics countermeasures operator. But I was told I couldn't take that job. Apparently, no black man could fly with the Strategic Air Command. Abraham Lincoln knew that a country could only truly stand for freedom if it applied to all of its people. Around the world, there's a growing tide of freedom. The belief that every person has the right to self-determination is growing stronger and stronger. I wonder if one day we will all be free.
What drives people to fight for freedom?
5 months before elections, they told everybody Putin will be the next president. I was just really angry.
Can we find liberty even when bound in chains?
My mind and emotions were beyond the confines of that cell.
And when will everyone be free to be who they really are?
I want to wear a burqa so nobody sees me as a boy. That's when I felt what freedom really meant.
This is my journey to discover the ties that bind us and the common humanity inside us. This is the story of us.
I'm going to meet a man who was born a slave. Shin Dong-hyuk began his life in a North Korean labor camp. It was the only world he knew until he was 23 years old. I wonder what freedom means for someone who first encounters it as an adult. Shin and his wife Leanne are meeting me in New York City to tell me his story.
Yeah.
Yes.
How do you do?
Good.
So, how long you two been married?
2 years.
2 years?
Yeah, this April.
Is that a long time yet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both. Feels long. At the same time, it feels like it was just yesterday.
Okay, got you out of hold there. You've been free now for what?
11 years.
11 years?
Yeah.
Okay. But you were born in a slave labor camp.
Yeah. So
How did it come about that you were going to be born there?
my parents go in the camp.
Mhm.
I was born in the camp.
They were political prisoners?
Yes.
The United Nations estimates there are about 100,000 political prisoners in North Korea. You can be thrown into a prison camp simply by speaking ill of the country's leader.
Let's talk to me a little bit about daily life while you were in the camp. You were there for a long time.
아침 4시나 4시 반에
We woke up around 4 a.m. and there would be some kind of signal, either a bell, maybe a speaker, and we would know it's time to go and work. So we'd do whatever task it would be. It could be farming corn, rice. It could be working in the coal mines. None of us had dreams or hopes for the future. It was just so natural. That's just the way it was.
Born there, lived there, died there.
우리가 일을 잘못했을 때 간수가 저희들한테 이제 그 초이스를 줘요.
If we do something wrong or don't work well, the guards would give us an option. You can either starve or get beat.
Gee whiz.
그게 뭐 간수가 이제 물론 우리가 그 수용소에서 처음
So one of the rules that we learn is that we are never ever supposed to eat anything that is not given to us. This little girl was probably 6 or 7 at the time, but she must have came across something to eat and she didn't want to eat it all at once and she must have wanted to save it, so she had hid it in her pocket. And one of the guards had said, "Why didn't you follow the rules? You know better than that." And he repeatedly hit her on her head and eventually she passed out.
그 다음 날 이제 학교에 안 나왔기 때문에 이제 그때
The next day she didn't come to class, so the guard sent us to go get her, but when we got to the house she was dead.
They beat this child to death.
그러니까 때리는 거.
What about your parents?
그 안에 다른 뭐랄 감정은 다
Really sad, but they were just fellow prisoners to me. I didn't have any sense of family.
정말 기억하고 싶고 이제 쉽지 않고 이제 잊어버리고
The hardest thing in my
싶은
whole life is probably the memory of my mom and my brother. I learned as a child that I'm supposed to report to the guards at any point on my own parents, report if they're doing anything wrong. And the more I report on them, the better off it is for me. So I thought they were escaping and I reported on them. I really had no anticipation or thoughts of what would come from that. There were many people gathered, and my father and I were forced to watch their execution.
엄마랑 형이 죽을 때 사실 이제 개인적으로는
But honestly, I really had no emotion
When it happened?
when it happened.
그냥 엄마하고 형이 잘못을 저질렀고
In a way, I thought it must have been a sin that maybe they
지었구나 하는 것에 대한 그런 반성이라고 할까요?
deserved.
Later, Shin recalls meeting a fellow prisoner named Park, a man who'd traveled throughout North Korea and China. He intoxicated Shin with descriptions of life lived freely and life with food.
이 사람 얘기를 듣다 보니까 너무 재밌었어요. 호기심 나는 그런 얘기들이.
He sparked a lot of curiosity with the things he said.
근데 이제 내가 제일 듣고 싶었던 얘기들은 이제.
But the things that were the most fascinating was the way he was able to express and explain the foods he ate, like pork. The way he would describe it was so interesting and it just pulled me in. Some might consider it kind of foolish or humorous, but for me, it was something as simple as food. It was that simple thought that kind of drove me initially.
To run.
In 2005, January 2nd, we were tasked to work near the fence. I had actually been the one to initially say, maybe this is the time we should try.
According to Shin, when they made their break, Park arrived at the fence first, but he accidentally touched the electric wire. Only Shin made it through alive.
그리고 이제 사실 내가 어디를 가고 있고 또 내가
I
뭘
really had no idea what to do or where to go. All I knew was that I needed to get away as far as possible.
Of course. Of course.
Shin crossed the border into China and survived by working odd jobs. He made his way to Shanghai and from there gained passage to Seoul in South Korea. Shin had freed his body, but he began to realize his mind was still enslaved.
You're free. How does that feeling?
When I come to South Korea, in the night I sleep.
Nightmare.
Yeah, 악몽에 시달리고 잠을 못 자고.
And because of the nightmares and the mental distress, I couldn't even eat.
그러니까 이제 근데 병원에서는 나보고 그걸 이제 PTSD라고.
I was diagnosed with severe PTSD.
그리고 나서 이제 그때부터 이제 나한테 많은 질문들.
And from that point is when I started having questions in my head about life and.
How long were you in South Korea?
한국에만 한 10년 됐죠.
About 10 years.
10 years. It's a long time to get acclimated. Which brings up you.
그냥 처음에 보고 나서.
From when I first saw her, I liked her right away, and I thought she was pretty. And within a few days, I asked if she had a boyfriend, and it's very brave.
Very brave.
Very brave, I must say.
Marrying Leanne and choosing to start a family was for Shin a decisive break from the chains that had bound him for so long.
제일 힘들었던 게 왜 한국에서 살고 있는 사람들은
It was so hard for me to comprehend and look at the world around me where parents love their children and feed their children and clothe their children and care for them.
근데 이제 내 아들인데 내 아들.
But now that we are expecting our son, I see how my wife is preparing for it, and I see that there's a child growing inside of her, and I just see the world differently.
Well, Shin, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Really appreciate your coming and doing this.
Hope to see you again. Maybe again.
All right, that's a good idea. And my darling,
Thank you.
thank you.
So nice meeting you.
Take care of that young'un.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Shin didn't suddenly feel free. He had to learn what freedom is, experiencing the joy and challenges of life, all the complex choices you have to make. He has made those choices. He's gotten married. He has a kid on the way. And that's what gives freedom meaning.
Freedom is a state of mind, and this man is living proof of that. He found a way to be free, even though his body was utterly trapped. For 43 years. I'm headed to Louisiana to meet Albert Woodfox. He was imprisoned here in Angola State Penitentiary for most of his life. Originally convicted of armed robbery at age 18, he ended up in solitary confinement for longer than anyone else in American history.
Aha. Mr. Woodfox.
Freeman, welcome to my home.
Nice to meet you.
I would expect anyone who spends 4 decades in solitary to emerge with a broken soul and deadened mind. But Albert appears healthy and well-adjusted. I've come to find out how.
So, what got you in prison?
I was a predator in my own community. You know, a petty criminal, a person of the street. I was undisciplined, unmotivated and stuff. But my crime for going to prison was an armed robbery charge.
Did you go straight to Angola when you were convicted?
No, I actually escaped the very day I was sentenced to 50 years.
Okay. All right. You escaped, you're out for a little while.
Well, I went to New York.
You went to New York.
It was a defining moment in my life because while in Harlem, I had a up-close encounter with the Black Panther Party. I had always noticed a certain fear in African Americans, even those who defied the odds and achieved certain goals in life. For the first time in my life, where I seen black people, and I didn't see that fear, I didn't feel that fear. Talking about revolution and organizing the black community to protect the people, some of the sisters, and although they possessed outward beauty, it was the inner beauty that I was seeing. It was the strength, the determination, the sense of purpose. I was profoundly shocked when I realized that, hey, I am worth something. I do matter. I actually joined Black Panther Party.
Okay.
But I got arrested again, and I was eventually extradited back to Louisiana. And after that, they shipped me to Angola in '71.
But it was an incident a year after his arrival in Angola that would change the course of Albert's life. A prison guard was found murdered.
April 17th, 1972, they found a correctional officer named Brent Miller murdered in one of the units. Each unit has 4 dormitories, and I was in the very last unit.
Even though Albert's unit was nowhere near the scene of the crime, prison authorities accused him of the murder.
Did they ever find out who did it?
Well, they could have. They had a bloody identifiable bloody fingerprint on the door. They had the fingerprints of every prisoner in Angola at that time. They could have found out who that fingerprint was for.
Albert believes he and 2 other inmates were framed because of their affiliation with the Black Panthers.
They labeled me a militant. During that time, a militant meant you was a Panther. I was placed in solitary confinement April 18, 1972, and I didn't get out of solitary confinement until February 19, 2016.
Albert and the other 2 inmates each spent decades in solitary confinement. They became known as the Angola Three. Human rights groups around the world declared their punishment cruel and inhumane.
Well, this room is a little bigger than the cell to give you some idea of the size of the cell we lived in solitary confinement. The cell is approximately, 9 feet long and 6 feet wide.
This is the length of it?
Yes.
Good Lord.
So you have a very narrow path that you can walk up and down the cell.
How much time you spend in this space?
23 hours out of the day.
23 hours every day.
Every day.
7 days a week.
7 days a week, 365 days a year. It's a living nightmare, filled with one horror after another. That's the only way I can describe prison. The strip search. Now that is one of the most humiliating experiences you could go through. You have to stand before these people stripped completely naked. And you have to, raise your genitals and you open your mouth, and this is what they used to do, our ancestors on the slave blocks. And so we started resisting, we wouldn't do it. They would tell you strip and you refuse, and they'd beat you and tear your clothes off and stuff, slam you down on the desk. I don't know how many times I got beat.
Albert's physical world was incredibly small and oppressive, but he refused to let his cage confine him.
That would seem to close the mind, Albert. Didn't close yours.
I never thought about being in the cell. My mind, emotions, and all that were beyond the confines of that cell. I said that if me dying in solitary confinement, become a better human being and to make those around me better, it would be worth it. I started trying to raise the level of conscience of the prisoners in the dormitory I lived in, educate, agitate, organize against prison corruption, prison brutality.
Albert had freed his mind, even though his body remained confined.
We are deeply disappointed that Mr. Woodfox will not be released today.
Twice Albert had his conviction overturned. Twice more, the state imposed new charges. Finally, government officials offered to release Albert if he pleaded no contest to lesser charges. On his 69th birthday, after 43 years and 10 months in solitary, Albert Woodfox became the last of the Angola Three to be released. Albert's body finally followed his mind to freedom. He's finally reunited with his family, and he gets to enjoy being a great-grandfather. He's also an advocate for prisoners' rights.
You were amazed at people who were black but not afraid. And I think part of your freedom while incarcerated is freedom from fear. Because if you had been afraid, you wouldn't have done any of that.
No, I don't think I could. Every time, I had to take a stand, and knowing that there would be some retribution, but still overcoming the fear, finding the strength to say, I still got to do this. I have to do this.
That's spelled C-O-U-R-A-G-E.
Thank you.
Albert Woodfox had 4 decades in solitary confinement to think about freedom. In prison, he learned to cast off the chains that bound him physically, found an inner freedom. Nelson Mandela said, "To be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. Something we must all strive for.
Life without the concept of freedom seems alien to most of us today. For most of recorded history, freedom was the domain of only a select few: royalty, nobility, and the wealthy. But in 1776, 13 British colonies in North America dared to declare freedom as a basic human right. I'm headed to the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia to meet with its librarian, Patrick Spero. He studies documents dating back to the time of the country's founding.
What you're looking at here is one of the first printings of the Declaration of Independence. The first section is the preamble.
Yeah.
And this is where they talk about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And the idea is that individuals should be free to do these things, and government is constituted to protect those freedoms. And what the king has done is broken that contract, broken that trust. And so they have to be freed from the king in order to be free to do what they want.
Now, can you say that this was the first time a group of people decided that they wanted to be free to do whatever the heck they wanted to do?
Well, I think it's the first time that it was ever written in an official way.
But this is not the only version of the Declaration of Independence that survives.
The other document that I want to show you is this, Thomas Jefferson's draft of the Declaration of Independence. And you can see on the side, there's these notes.
Yeah.
Once Congress got their hands on this, they started changing words, changing meanings. I think the most notable one is in that famous phrase that people are endowed with certain unalienable rights. Jefferson originally wrote inherent and inalienable rights. Inherent rights, which Jefferson used several times, means that all people are born with them.
With these rights. Okay, so if these rights are not inherent, then you're not necessarily born with them. Only a few people are born with them.
And that applied only to white society.
White male
Yes,
society.
yes.
It never occurred to me that the rights to freedom spelled out in the Declaration of Independence were deliberately phrased to exclude slaves and women. Thomas Jefferson's original draft, preserved here in the American Philosophical Society, describes the rights as inherent, meaning they should apply to everybody from birth. But the final signed version only describes certain unalienable rights. In other words, only rights landowning white men already had couldn't be taken away.
The Declaration of Independence, it says that all men are created equal. That's not what it meant?
They aren't writing for the enslaved. They aren't writing for women. The thing is about this document is that slavery existed in this period, but the word is never used. And they're purposeful about not using it because they know that it does not comport with the idea of liberty, that there's that contradiction, that paradox.
Is it safe to say that Jefferson was probably one of our most enigmatic presidents?
Yes. Well, you know, the thing is Jefferson was imperfect, you know. Jefferson had slaves. Jefferson's imperfections got at the American paradox.
Okay. So the Declaration of Independence is not a document guaranteeing freedom.
Yes. I think that's fair. But once you put that writing in stone, it empowered people, it inspired people, it drove them to realize what those words meant.
Could mean.
Well, it took a lot of fighting and effort, heroic actions, bravery, people willing to risk their lives to realize the promise of the Declaration.
The Declaration of Independence was not designed to free everyone in America. Its original purpose was to free powerful American landowners from any obligations to the King of England. But once those white men had signed that document, they unwittingly opened the road to freedom for the rest of us to walk along.
Freedom doesn't come without a fight. What American revolutionaries fought for over 2 centuries ago, other revolutionaries continue to battle for today. I've come to Guatemala to meet freedom fighter and Nobel Peace Prize winner Rigoberta Menchú.
A Guatemalan Indian rights activist who fled her country in 1981 after security forces killed her family.
She has dedicated her life to securing a better future for the indigenous peoples of her country.
Hello, hello, hello.
Señor Freeman.
Rigoberta belongs to the Quiche, one of over 20 indigenous groups of Mayan descent, which make up about half of Guatemala's population. For centuries, the Maya were denied voting rights and land ownership and were forced to labor on plantations. Some of the worst oppression came during the 36-year Guatemalan Civil War, when tens of thousands of Maya were kidnapped, tortured, and murdered. Rigoberta gave voice to the plight of her people with an oral testimony that would become her book, I, Rigoberta Menchú.
That book seems to make quite an impact. Why do you think that is?
Fui la primera guatemalteca que pudo decir lo
I was
que
the first
pasaba.
Guatemalan that was able to talk about what was happening here in
Yo
Guatemala.
creo que Guatemala fue un laboratorio.
I think
para la
Guatemala
crueldad.
was a laboratory for cruelty.
Aquí se practicó la tortura.
Here they practiced torture, they practiced forced disappearance, and they practiced brutal hatred against the Mayans.
Rigoberta's father began organizing rural workers and fighting for indigenous rights. But he drew the attention of the regime, which was bent on rooting out guerrillas.
O sea que realmente la guerra en mi casa.
The war
llegó
reached my
en
home in 1979.
Mi hermano Patrocinio fue secuestrado.
My brother was kidnapped.
Tenía 16 años.
He was 16 years old.
Que a él lo habían torturado y él lo ejecutaron.
And then he was tortured, and then he was shot to death.
On January 31st, 1980, Rigoberta's father joined a group of activists occupying the Spanish embassy in Guatemala City. They were protesting massacres and kidnappings taking place in the countryside. The authorities ordered a raid, but then the embassy caught fire and police blocked the exits.
He was in the embassy on fire?
Sí. Después, 3 meses después de la muerte de mi padre, fue secuestrada mi madre.
3 months after the death of my father, my mother was kidnapped.
Ella vivió lo más cruel de la tortura.
And she suffered the worst of the torture.
Después, otro de mis hermanos había sido fusilado.
And then another one of my brothers had been shot to death.
Your father,
Tu papá.
your mother,
Tu mamá,
2 brothers
dos hermanos,
killed.
Sí,
matados.
sí, sí.
They never caught up with you?
Las hermanas de la Sagrada Familia
The sisters of the Sacred Family brought me to Guatemala City.
colocaron con religiosos en México.
They were able to get me out, hide me with religious orders in Mexico
How long were you there?
14 años.
for 14 years.
14 years in Mexico.
14 años. Yo hice la promesa de luchar.
So I made a promise to fight against impunity for the rest of my life.
Me convertí en un vocero.
And I became a spokesperson for Guatemala.
Rigoberta traveled around the world, spreading the story of the Maya's quest for freedom. She addressed the United Nations. In 1992, she won the Nobel Peace Prize. Her tireless work brought international pressure on Guatemala's government and helped lead the way to peace.
In Guatemala, just as in the civil rights movement in the U.S., some people chose to fight for freedom with the sword, while others chose the pen. It is those who chose the path of peace, I believe, who laid the foundation for real change. If freedom is ever going to become a universal human right, it needs people willing to champion it, no matter what the danger. I'm headed to New York to meet a woman who is fearless in her march for freedom. Nadia Tolokonnikova is a founding member of Pussy Riot, a Russian protest rock band. In 2012, Pussy Riot staged a flash concert inside a Moscow cathedral. Their aim was to draw attention to what they saw as suppression of democratic freedoms by Russian President Vladimir Putin, with the collusion of the Russian church. Nadia's musical protest cost her 22 months in prison. She's free now, living in New York. And she refuses to be cowed into silence. Now the name, Pussy Riot, very outgoing and daring and ear-catching, gets people's attention. How many of you started this?
Me and my friend, Kat.
Mm-hmm.
But we have open membership, because the idea was to start a movement, and so everybody could join.
Your group, the reason you got arrested was you did this raunchy performance in a church.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you do that? Was it because you knew you would get arrested and draw a lot of attention, or?
I was just really angry, because I woke up one morning and they told everybody in my country that Vladimir Putin was the next president. So like 5 months before the elections, they just announced it. And I was confused. I didn't really like it.
You went to jail. What was that like?
It made me more stubborn. I was stubborn before, but it made me more focused. If you're able to find inspiration in everything, then you could find inspiration in jail too. But it doesn't change the fact that you don't have any medication, the conditions are terrible. I was approached by a lot of women in my camp, and they told me, like, look, you're the only one person who could actually help us. You have media, and you have lawyers, and you have voice, so just tell what's going on in this prison.
Nadia now had another oppressor of freedom to target: Russian prison authorities. She staged multiple hunger strikes and drafted letters of protest.
So I was writing these papers to all these different prison officials about what I want from them. I wanted them improve the food. I wanted them to improve our conditions.
Well, I mean, make enough noise, it seems to me, that they would want to shut you completely up. Stick a needle in your neck and you die. You never worried about that?
It could happen, yeah. It could happen.
Even while she was locked in a Russian prison, Nadia Tolokonnikova remained a freedom fighter, battling for basic human rights for inmates.
So I wrote an open letter, and I somehow sneaked with this open letter, and I passed it to the free world, and it's all over the world. It's in the biggest Russian media, and it's in Guardian, and it's in Times, and it's everywhere. I did achieve something, because several guys who were in my prison officials, they were fired from their jobs.
What do you hope to do, ultimately?
I think I'm just trying to build this community all around the world, You could create some wave of inspiration or energy,
Oh,
and then
yeah,
you could
yeah,
inspire
yeah,
some
of
other
course.
people. If you can inspire 5 people around you, that's enough. Because if that 5 people inspire somebody else, and then it will grow. I think freedom is a process. It's not an idea. It's a process of exploring yourself and your existence in the world. Would you have freedom from wage slavery, then join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free, then come do your share like a man?
Nadia fights for freedom wherever she sees people without it. In Russia, she fought for democratic rights. In prison, she fought for human rights.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's a power.
In America, she's singing an early 20th century workers' rights tune, reflecting one of her new fights, the freedom to join labor unions.
One industrial union brand.
Freedom may be an eternal principle, but in reality, freedom will wither and die unless people like Nadia fight for it, rejuvenate it, nourish it.
Hand in hand, that's a power that must rule in every land. One industrial union grand.
Most freedom fighters struggle against outside oppressors, kings, governments, or prison guards. But there's another form of freedom, the freedom to be and to be seen as who we really are. I'm meeting Victoria Khan, a woman who has fought for freedom in every aspect of her life. She grew up in Afghanistan during the tumult of the early 90s. The Taliban were gaining a foothold, but were being fought by homegrown rebel groups led by Ahmad Shah Massoud.
You have quite a story to tell me. Start way back and tell me.
I was born in Afghanistan, and my parents were working for Ahmad Shah Massoud. My mom and dad adored me, of course, and I have a little sister.
The Civil War breaks out somewhere when you're around 6 or 7 years old.
So one night, there's something you can feel. There's loud and screaming and gunshots. And everyone's home had hidden areas. And my mom and dad, they put us, both of us, in there. I remember my mom saying, "Don't you come out until everything is quiet." Then they kissed us. They said, "Take care of your sister," and that was it.
Can you tell me what happened when you came out?
The street was full of dead bodies, blood. It's impossible to recognize who's who. Not only they shot people, they chopped off heads, chopped off body parts.
Did you find your parents?
No. After the parents were killed, all the children were taken by mullahs. And these imams and mullahs would pick, I'll take him, her, him, her.
How did that go?
I did that for, I would say, maybe 4 or 5 months. Until I saw this imam on top of my sister molesting her. And she was 5.5 years old. So when he went to prayer room, ran into the house, grabbed my sister, and I put her on me because she couldn't even walk. She was bleeding, and I carried her on my back maybe a few miles till we found a woman who was sitting outside her home. She took us in, and gave us some dry bread and water. But then she told us she's going to take us to some very safe place. It was a Wahhabi camp for children, where they start telling you how become a suicide bomber, but they're not going to just upfront coming up and say, we're going to train you to become a suicide bomber. You're wanting to be, because they say you're going to meet your mom and dad. And we really, really wanted to see our parents.
Just as Victoria believed she was about to be shipped to Pakistan for more jihadi training, the rebel leader Ahmad Shah Massoud attacked the Wahhabi camp.
Ahmad Shah Massoud and maybe 40, 50 fighters comes in the horses with their weapons. Oh my God, this person's gonna save me. Ahmad Shah Massoud kills every single one of these people who are torturing these children. So he rescues every one of us, 500-600 children. That's Ahmad Shah Massoud. He was not just a leader of our country, he was a spiritual leader.
Savior.
Savior, that's what I was looking for.
After Victoria and her sister were liberated, a woman offered them safe passage to Tajikistan.
So, get this woman, she's taking you now to Tajikistan.
Yes, we're crossing a border. I'm crying, I said, I don't want to be separated from my sister. I want to wear a burqa so nobody sees me as a boy.
Wait. You were not a girl.
I was in the boy body. I look skinny little Persian boy physically and beautiful girl inside.
Many people today fight for the freedom to live as their minds and spirits compel them to. But Victoria Khan's struggle to free her true self was coupled with a long battle to stay alive. As a transgender woman, she grew up in Afghanistan being seen as a boy. But while crossing the border into Tajikistan with her younger sister, Victoria wanted to make sure they were not separated. So she put on a burqa.
The burqa was that lightning stroke which says yes.
When I put it on, that's first time that I felt what freedom really meant. It felt so right. First time I felt like it's like wings I had in my back that I could fly.
Okay.
Now I get the taste of that. Now I cannot forget it, and I cannot give up never having it either.
Victoria spent the next few years making her way from Tajikistan to Europe, where her sister now lives. Eventually, Victoria made it to the U.S. She had freed herself from the mortal dangers of her childhood, but she still wasn't free.
You're in the United States, well, we're free. You can do pretty much whatever you want. Do you feel free?
I was yearning for that feminine feeling. Remember when I put the burqa on, it made me feel free. But I thought putting this Western skirt and the headbands on, it will make me also, again, feel the same powerful feelings. But I had a little bump on that road because closer to the mirror I got, there was a fuzzy mustache start growing. That was terrifying. Terrifying to think that it actually will become like my father's with full face, beard. I was tired of acting as a man. It was exhausting 24/7. So first I decided to do my facial. It took me almost a year and a half to do electrolysis and lasers, and all that is it's extremely painful thing. Then why don't I just do the entire surgery all back to back? I went to Colombia, had 18 surgeries back to back.
We have a saying about freedom. It's not just walls and bars. Sometimes it's just the mind.
You're right. Being free from anything and anyone is the best thing we can ever experience as a human being.
I hope you do all the things you want to do. You've earned them.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Victoria has traveled a long road to freedom. She was born in a country at civil war, survived becoming an orphan, escaped becoming a suicide bomber. But the hardest ordeal was the last, having the courage to free the person she truly is. Abraham Lincoln said, "Those who deny freedom to others deserve it not for themselves." But the war for universal freedom is far from won, and the battle lines only move forward slowly. Around the world, millions of people still live in slavery. Women still struggle to be granted the same rights as men. Others just want to be allowed to be the person they know they are inside. It's been truly humbling to meet those people who fought so hard for their freedoms. Their stories are a shocking reminder of how vigilant we must be to protect human rights. But they also give me a glimmer of hope that one day those rights will apply to all of us. As a kid, I loved war movies, especially anything having to do with airplanes. So as soon as I graduated from high school, I enlisted in the Air Force. I was fascinated by the technology of war, jet engines, radar, but I never saw action during my service. I never had to confront making the ultimate sacrifice for my country. More than 1 million soldiers have laid down their lives in the name of this country. They did it because they believed the wars they fought were necessary and just. Every country is proud of its veterans, and there are cemeteries all around the world just like this one. They are reminders of the terrible human cost of war. Can we put an end to this sacrifice? Is war inevitable? Or can we ever hope for a lasting peace? Is technology making war more likely and more deadly?
I killed 3 people. 2 of them were obliterated into pieces.
If one nuclear weapon is used, it would be mutually assured destruction.
Is peace simply the absence of war? So this is the peace law. Is put up for protection?
Yes, because violence does flare up.
And can we ever move beyond our urge to fight?
Even after genocide, revenge doesn't allow you to move on.
This is my journey to discover the ties that bind us and the common humanity inside us. This is the story of us. I'm on my way to a remote region of southern Ethiopia to meet 2 tribes that have been warring with one another for generations, the Dasanech and the Nyangatom. The Dasanech and Nyangatom societies center around cattle. But in this arid environment, good grazing land is scarce and is often the flashpoint for conflict. John Lomala, a member of the Dasanech, has invited me to his village to witness a peace ceremony, an effort by the tribal elders to end the fighting. So, John, tell me, where am I?
You are in a Dasanech village called Damij.
Damij.
Damij is a village of Dasanech. And Dasanech is people of the Delta.
People of the Delta? I mean, I live in a Delta also, Mississippi, so we have that much in common.
In this village, when I was born, my family was telling me that my enemy is Nyangato. They kill my uncle, they kill my aunt.
Wait a minute, you're telling me that these small villages, you fight and kill each other?
Yes, we have been fighting over the pasture, over the pasture, water, grass. Here, you need to have cows to have a wife. And if you don't have anything, you should go steal some animals and get a wife.
And that starts the fight?
Exactly.
So about how many people have been killed in the last 2 years?
I don't know the exact number, but maybe 20.
That's a lot. It's a lot of people in a small village.
Here's a Dasanech warrior.
Right here?
Yeah. You can see cut his chest. This is a symbol of a warrior. This signifies that he's killed an enemy.
How many men you kill?
He said 2.
2?
Yes.
Was it a fight?
He say with AK-47, not spear, not he uses AK-47.
How does he feel about that?
He's happy because he's a warrior, you know, everybody afraid of him.
John explains to me that there is tension between the young men who want to prove themselves and get married and the elders who want to end the killing.
People are losing their lives, people are dying.
Okay.
So the elders decided to have peace ceremony.
So now the elders have said, it's enough, we got to get together and stop this.
Peace and bring people together.
So how does it work? What is the first thing?
So the first thing is we give a message to the young warriors. Message is, tell the Nyangatom, we want them to come to our village. We have a peace ceremony. If the time comes, the Nyangatom will come.
Is that them?
Yeah, that's them.
All right, now, what are they doing?
Now, the Dasanech elders, they are with a calabash full of clean water. They are there to bless them. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our village. Welcome to our village. They are washing the sins.
To show their commitment to peace, the Dasanech sacrifice a cow, a valuable asset at the root of their conflict. Both tribes will feast on the meat later, but first they must perform a ritual with the cow's innards. That's actually the stomach contents, like first stomach of a cow. The grassy stomach contents represent the contested grazing land. Smearing it on each other is a step towards being able to share this contested land. Now the peace talks can begin.
Saying that the last piece was spoiled by this tribe because of the stealing. So from now on, we want to stop this kind of activities. May God support us. So he's cursing also the thieves.
And the people who are answering are saying something like, amen.
Amen, exactly.
The elders persuade the young warriors that the cycle of cattle raiding and killing has hurt both tribes. But I want to ask the elders how confident they are in this new peace.
We have two people from different tribes. From Dasanay tribe is this elder is from Nyangatom.
Okay. When was the last time you had a peace ceremony?
7 years ago.
7 years ago. Do you expect it to last a long time?
He's saying that when we are one, when we come together and we pray God, of course He will give us a peace.
Of course.
So you know
and I hope this peace lasts a long time. A long time. Thank you.
As the ceremony ends, I notice a Nyangatom and a Dasanech elder leaving the village together.
Where are those two men going?
They are going to bury a spear. They used to use the spear to kill each other. So we are brothers, then why cannot we bury what we used to kill each other? They are saying we are enough, enough is enough, so no more conflict, no more war.
Since the dawn of society, people have waged war, primarily over limited resources. Where people live off the land and there's not enough good land to go around, war becomes an inevitable part of the cycle of life. The best you can do is what the Dasanech and the Nyangatom are trying to do. Find a balance between war and peace.
Around the world, we continue to fight over land and other natural resources, as we have done for millennia. And, like the Ethiopian elders, we long for peace because of the horrors of battle. But technology is causing a fundamental shift in the balance of war and peace. Drone warfare means that soldiers don't have to be on the battlefield to engage in the fight. Over the past few decades, the United States has targeted more than 4,000 suspected terrorists in drone strikes. Those strikes have killed more than 6,600 people. But opponents see drones as a threat to peace. They believe drones lower the barrier to war and kill many more innocent civilians than officially reported. I'm meeting former U.S. Air Force drone operator Brandon Bryan. He's a fierce critic of the American drone program.
I have concern about how the drone community operates. I think that there should be independent investigations and transparencies about the responsible use of any weapon systems capable of killing another human being.
I was a little kid during World War II. And following the end of the war, of course, glory, bravery, patriotism instilled in me. And where do I go? Air Force. How'd you feel going in?
So when I joined the military, I really did it to serve my country. But when I got to the drone base, I didn't know what I was doing. They didn't tell me anything until I got there. They put me in a small theater with about 25 other individuals, and then they played a montage video of drone strikes. And Sergeant, after it's done, he's standing at parade rest, and he's like, your job is to kill people and break things. And I was just like, holy what am I doing?
What is it like flying a drone?
I was an MQ-1 Bravo Predator sensor operator, so I control the camera and the missiles. Like, that's my job. The pilot keeps the aircraft in the air, and basically we support one another. If you look out the window, actually, if you look down there, that's kind of the same paradigm view that we had. If there's a target to be attacked, they're like, okay, this is what's going on. Or you're gonna watch a person outside this guy's house. I mean, you're just waiting for an opportunity for them to get into a location, and you're gonna shoot them.
And you know how many kills?
13 directly. My first shot, it was winter in mountains of Afghanistan. I killed 3 people. 2 of them were obliterated into pieces, and one of them watched him bleed out and then watched an infrared become the same color as the ground that he died on.
Is there remorse or there like consternation?
I'm sitting there like, I just watched a man bleed out. I felt horrible. I wanted to cry. I felt, you know, you feel this is what I just did, the adrenaline rush. I mean, it was all sorts of weird feelings.
On one mission, Brandon was given the orders to strike a house. Right after firing the missile, he saw what he believed to be a small child walking into the structure. But it was too late to abort. Technology has shifted the delicate balance between war and peace many times in human history. But drones might be the biggest disruptors yet, making war possible at merely the push of a button, and posing new moral dilemmas for soldiers thousands of miles from the battlefield. Air Force drone operator Brandon Bryant is sure he killed an innocent child who walked into the strike zone he had just targeted. His superiors insisted he killed a dog.
You get into that position where you just don't feel like you have any power to change anything. I felt the helplessness, and that is another sense of post-traumatic stress. I don't know how I survived it mentally or spiritually. It was hard.
Survivor's guilt.
Mm-hmm.
When Brandon left the service after 6 years, he received a certificate. It stated that over 2,300 people had been killed due to intelligence gathered on his drone missions. How did you feel when you saw that number?
Once I had that sheet, I recognized that the background noise in my dreams was a legion of ghosts. I was haunted by every tally mark on that piece of paper. It really hit home with how much we can know and how little we actually know of who these people are. Like, they're just numbers. They're just a tick in a database.
Successive U.S. administrations have maintained that drone missions are effective and reduce civilian deaths.
These strikes are legal, they are ethical, and they are wise.
But Brandon thinks America's increasing dependence on drones is fundamentally changing our attitude to war.
You know, I've heard all the justifications for doing what I've done. Maybe if it was used ethically or more responsibly, I could be okay with it. But we were just told our job is to kill people and break things. That's what we're going to do. And that doesn't sit well with me.
You think this is a worse way to fight a war than conventional warfare?
I think that we need to reassess how we're utilizing this technology, because it's so easily abused. You no longer need to train someone to go into combat. You just need to train someone to control a joystick and press the button and take another person's life.
Brandon thinks he's seen the future of war, and he doesn't like where it's headed. He dutifully completed thousands of hours of drone missions for the Air Force. But now, he has a new mission. He believes that by revealing the inner workings of the drone program, we can all come to understand the consequences of using such high-tech killing machines. With our ever-growing population and our ever-developing technology, humanity's long tradition of fighting over limited resources seems destined only to intensify. But I've heard about an ancient ritual in South America that may offer a solution.
Anthropologist Kate Centellas is traveling to the town of Macha in the highlands of Bolivia to witness a celebration called Tinku. She's meeting Wilba Garnica Fajardo, a member of the Quechua, an indigenous Bolivian group.
Oh, welcome to Macha.
I'm really glad to be in Macha because I've never seen Tinku and I've been studying Bolivia for a long time. Can you tell me a little bit about what's going on here today?
We are waiting for the big fiesta. They will celebrate the end of the harvest.
And that's called Tinku, is that right?
Tinku is part of this big party we have every 4th of May.
Approximately 3,000 people from 60 highland and lowland communities surrounding Macha travel to the town square to take part in the festival. It's a harvest celebration and an act of thanksgiving to the mother goddess Pachamama.
For us, for the Andean people, Pachamama is Mother Earth.
The day begins with music, ritualistic marching, dances, and plenty of chicha, a libation made from fermented corn.
It's like the end of the year for us with the end of the harvest, and we have a big explosion.
The energy and excitement builds until right on cue. Fighting breaks out. Every year, on the 4th of May, a town square in the Bolivian highlands becomes a battlefield. Tinku is a ritual war in honor of the local Quechua people's mother goddess.
The Tinku has started, so there are fights 1-to-1. If in this day you are bleeding, means you are giving to the gods, to Pachamama.
Are they really angry with each other?
No, no angry. They are 100% with a high emotion.
So how do they know who to fight?
No, always between a guy from the lowlands against a guy from the highlands.
Tinku is a blood offering to Pachamama, but it also has a more practical function. It's a release of aggression between rival groups that might otherwise get into deadly disputes over land.
And so how do they know when it's done, when a Tinku is done?
They get exhausted or someone is bleeding. In that case, they stop.
As the day and the drinking go on, larger groups start to brawl. Eventually, the police step in, firing tear gas to stop the Tinku from getting out of control.
So there was a lot of aggression out there, and it looked really chaotic, and there was a lot of violence. Do you think that that helps the communities maintain peace between one another over the year?
Yes, of course. If they don't have the Tinku, they go out without liberating their energy. So today, people return back home satisfied.
And that helps prevent these other uncontrolled acts of violence in some ways?
Yeah, it helps, yes.
Tinku may sound brutal, violence for violence sake, but it gives the Quechua a way to work with human nature. It provides an outlet for the aggressions that build up inside all of us. I think it's pretty ingenious. Instead of letting tensions boil over into all-out war, once a year, they get it all out of their system. Could the Quechua model for keeping the peace work elsewhere? Sadly, the gulf between warring factions in many parts of the world seems too great. Their only apparent pathway to peace is segregation. I'm on my way to Belfast, to Northern Ireland. For hundreds of years, Ireland has been ground zero in a struggle of loyalties to religion and nation. On the one side, Catholics who want to join the Republic of Ireland. On the other, Protestants loyal to the United Kingdom. Between 1968 and 1998, in a period known as the Troubles, more than 3,000 people were killed. To stem the terrible violence of the Troubles, over 100 walls like this were put up across Northern Ireland, segregating Catholic and Protestant neighborhoods. When the war ended in 1998, the walls remained. Warring sides divided brought an end to war, but is that the same as peace? I'm meeting a man who has lived his whole life in the shadow of one of these walls. His name is Daniel Walsh.
Hi, Morgan.
Hi, Dan.
Nice to meet
How are
you.
you, man?
Yes, all good, yeah.
That's great. So this is the peace wall.
This, what's known as the interface between the two communities.
Interface between the Protestants and the Catholics.
And the Catholics, yes.
And which side of the wall are we on now?
We're on the national side, the Catholic side.
Catholic side,
Yeah.
the national side. So you've never not known this wall?
It's all I've known.
It is put up for protection?
Yes.
To protect you or from them or them from you?
You could say from both. It's not all one-sided.
Well, is there much violence that goes on now?
Well, there were attacks ranging from golf balls to glass bottles. There's paint bombs around here. There was one time where my one-year-old son brought him out to the door for some fresh air, and we were standing here and I had him in my arms. And there was a guy across the street who is not my biggest fan.
Across the street in one of those windows? Or?
Yeah, he had a clear view of myself and my son. A few minutes later, a large piece of masonry come over and bounced off my roof there. And it landed not too far away from me with the intent of doing some damage to myself or my son. And luckily, it landed, you know, away from us.
Daniel got tired of the simmering conflict, so he enrolled in a program that put together people living on opposite sides of the walls. He has struck up a friendship with a Protestant woman, something that is not only rare, but even dangerous in Northern Ireland. I don't know your name. I'm not going to show your face. And I'm disguising your voice.
Yep.
Why is that?
Some people don't like the idea of Protestant and Catholic being together. And they seen that I got too friendly with the Catholic people. They came to my house and threatened me. I was homeless for 6 months. I had to move.
This isn't a couple of neighbours coming around and saying we're not happy with this. This is sinister people with violence in their mind.
Do you think you could have been seriously harmed?
Yes.
Just for having a Catholic friend?
Yes.
Tell me about who you are yourself, as much as you can.
I'm a Protestant. I was 11-year-old when the Troubles started. I seen a few people being shot and another person, his head was blew off. It was very, very hard growing up in those days.
What did you think about Catholics?
When I was young, I never liked them because I never really knew them.
What about you, Daniel? Did you grow up with an idea about Protestants?
They were not so much the enemy, but they certainly weren't your friend.
The Good Friday Accords, signed in 1998, to all intents and purposes, that would end the violence between Catholics and Protestants in Ireland. But it didn't. Why do you think it didn't?
That should have been it. But you still have elements who don't want to be seen as giving in to the other side.
And there was families that their loved ones was murdered through the Troubles, and it's harder for them to forgive.
Good Friday Agreement was a nice idea on paper, but totally left behind were the people in the communities who were suffering and are still suffering. There was no effort at all to bring those people together.
What do you hope for Ireland?
It's education and having both communities being and working together from the very outset of life. It's much, much harder as adults to bring people together when they're brainwashed to think a certain way.
Catholic and Protestant are not enemies. We're human.
Well, I can see that that would be a big wish on both of your sides. I want to thank you both very, very much, particularly you.
Thank you.
I hope we're not blowing your cover. Robert Frost wrote, "Good fences make good neighbors," but I don't think he was imagining a 30-foot barricade. Daniel's house was attacked. His Protestant friend fled her home. But as long as there are people like them, people who dare to cross the divide, I believe there is hope for peace. I think their simple act of friendship and others like it will eventually tear down this wall. Northern Ireland isn't alone in equating the separation of warring sides with peace. This uneasy form of peace exists even where there are no wars. For decades, we've maintained global peace by the threat of a war that would destroy us all. But can this nuclear peace last? I went to a school like this back in the 50s, the dawn of the Cold War. Back then, children all over the country were taught duck and cover drills, as if hiding under your desk would protect you from a nuclear attack. Well, thankfully, the bombs never came. Many would say that that's because nuclear weapons were entirely too destructive. The threat of total annihilation kept global peace. Well, it worked during the Cold War. How long will it keep working? To answer that question, I'm traveling to London to meet Nobel Peace Prize winner Dr. Mohammed El-Baradei. As the director of the International Atomic Energy Agency, he was responsible for UN nuclear weapons inspections. This included determining whether Iraq had nuclear weapons in 2003.
We have to date found no evidence that Iraq has revived its nuclear weapon program since the elimination of the program in the 1990s.
We decided to meet for our discussion of global brinkmanship at Bellaby & Company, a maker of handcrafted globes. Could you just show me how many countries we know have nuclear weapons?
We have 9 for sure. We have the United States, then Russia. Together, they have 90% of the nuclear weapons. 90%.
Each two.
And then United Kingdom, France, and then we go to China, India, Pakistan, then Israel, North Korea. So these are the 9 we know for sure they have nuclear weapons. We have 2 or 3 we have discovered they were cheating, like Iraq and Libya. Unfortunately, they try to do what the big boys do, which is develop these horrible weapons.
Get a big stick.
Absolutely.
Now, there are some politicians, generals, who will say that we are ultimately safer in the world because of nuclear weapons. Nobody dares use them.
The risk that they will be used through miscalculation, through human error, through unauthorized use, through extremists getting their hand on a nuclear weapon is higher by the day.
But what are the odds of us surviving as we are with the nuclear weapons?
Bill Perry, Secretary of Defense of the US, said to this day that we managed to avoid nuclear catastrophe by good luck rather than good management. We might be able to make it 5, 10, 20 years,
But
eventually, chickens are coming home to roost.
Mohammed spent his career trying to stave off one nuclear escalation after another. But he retains a glimmer of hope for peace.
Ever since the beginning of mankind, we've been at war. Biblically, there's Cain and Abel. Do you think we'll ever be able to overcome that part of our genetic structure that makes us warlike?
I have to believe that we can. I have to believe in the goodness of human spirit,
The interconnectivity that we have today due to technology, isn't that going to be of some use to us?
I think so. We have to talk to each other. We have to educate each other. We have to understand each other. If I look at young people now, I have hope. They are color blind, religious blind, ethnic blind. The day we treat each other as part of the same human family, that if somebody dies in Darfur, I will react the same way if somebody dies in LA. The same day, we will end nuclear weapons.
I'm in agreement. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
I find Dr. ElBaradei's perspective on nuclear conflict very sobering. We are only here because of good luck, not good management. But Mohammed has hope that our children and their children will bring about fundamental change, that they will create a world not of fear and oppression, but of hope and dignity. A world where borders don't exist. I share that hope. But how do we make this monumental transition from war to peace? If there's one place on earth that might serve as a test case, it's Rwanda. Just over 2 decades ago, a horrifying genocide took place here. On April 6, 1994, Rwandan President Juvenal Habyarimana was killed when his plane was shot down. This event added fuel to the long, simmering tension between the country's 2 major ethnic groups, the Hutus and the Tutsis. The majority Hutus blamed the death of the Hutu president on the minority Tutsis. The ensuing conflict lasted only 100 days, but it claimed 1 million lives, 1/10 of the population. The genocide ended when Tutsi General Paul Kagame's rebel forces seized the capital, Kigali. 6 years later, Kagame was elected president, an office he still holds. And today, more than 2 decades on from the genocide, there has been no return to violence. I want to understand why, and the president agreed to talk to me. During the genocide, Hutus systematically attacked the Tutsis. You're seeing a lot of the murders and atrocities that have been committed against the Tutsis. Didn't make you want to do just a little revenge?
It caused a lot of anger against those who were doing it. Absolutely. I wouldn't call it revenge as such, but it was driving me to say, how fast can we rein these people in?
Do you think that justice and revenge are different?
They are different. They are different, and in fact, revenge may be justified, but it is not justice. Justice is something else. Justice allows the aggrieved parties to get along, while revenge doesn't allow you to move on. It only allows and calls more revenge to happen, and then you are in a vicious cycle.
Now, you're making this argument in spite of your own family losses.
Oh, yeah. Many family members lost. Absolutely.
When Kagame became president in 2000, he began a nationwide program of reconciliation to try to heal the wounds of genocide. Well, you go right to work on reconciliation.
Right.
That had not happened before you.
We knew we would go nowhere unless we reversed the politics of hatred and separation and division and so on. So let's try something else. So let's agree that irrespective of our differences, we can get along, we can work together.
How do you go about doing that?
We must do something that allows people to build and hope for the future. We went to the homes of our citizens. And reconciliation was a kind of conversation, was a discussion. Look, we have a lot of places to point fingers, but that doesn't help. What helps is confronting this situation as we should.
President Kagame's bold efforts to bring peace to Rwanda have included limiting freedom of speech and the press and suppressing political opponents. But I am told his reconciliation program has touched the lives of millions of Rwandans. I want to meet some of them. I was connected with Maria Izagariza and Philbert Tezerizaza, who were introduced several years ago by Bishop Dale Gashagaza. I'm meeting them at the Kigali Genocide Memorial. Tutsi? Hutu?
Yes.
Philbert? Maria? See, I know. So, I would like you, Maria, to tell me as much as you can remember about what happened to you in 1994.
Kujya kwiwe yaratunzwe n'ikiziba cy'imvura cyo mu Masaka.
She said it was a very difficult time. It was a group of killers came and they started to burning all houses of Tutsis.
As they fled from the killers, Maria's family got separated. Her husband and brother-in-law ran off with two of their sons. Maria took her infant daughter, young son, and her stepdaughter.
During the night, they went under a bush.
You ran and hid. You hid in the bushes? Is that right?
Yes.
Maria spent 5 days in the bush with the children before they escaped. They walked for a week until they made it to safety in neighboring Burundi. Did you ever see your husband and family again?
No one was survived.
Gilbert, what do you know about their husband and children?
He's involved in a group who killed a family.
The genocide in Rwanda in 1994 shocked the world. But the outburst of murder was the result of decades of divisive politics in the country. People had been indoctrinated to believe that Hutus and Tutsis were natural enemies. Gilbert, a Hutu, was involved with a group that killed Maria's husband and sons, who were Tutsis. Gilbert killed her relative.
Yes.
He
received the teaching. We have to kill Tutsis.
Gilbert joined a local Hutu militia. Along with 9 other men, he set up an ambush near Maria's village to catch Tutsis fleeing from the violence. They captured Maria's husband, brother-in-law, and the 2 boys. They took them to a quarry and threw them to their deaths.
natwe dutegereje kwica aho twari tugiye abatutsi batugwamo turabica.
How does it happen that the two of you are together?
Filbert was put in jail. I was teaching him in prison to understand, yes, we need to ask forgiveness. They came to attend these community sentences, which called gachacha. And this man was trying to reveal the truth, history, his involvement.
Filbert came to you. Is that so?
najyo nkasanga isambu yanjye irahinze nasura nkasanga barayiteye.
It was very difficult. She felt no sense for life. But the word of God was helping me to take steps and to pardon the killers.
So it sounds like we're talking about forgiveness here, but was it like that?
This was a journey of 2 years.
2 years.
Yes.
Here we are today.
Mm-hmm.
What do we have?
Ese ubu noneho mugeze mu ruhe rwego mumeze mute?
She smiles.
Kagiye nkubwire.
She feels very happy because they have now a new community where she found this peace.
Same with you?
Cyaha ndengakamere naba narakimukoreye. Ubu twabaye inshuti zisanzwe.
On the one hand, awful, and on the other hand, it is a wonderful story. It gives hope to all mankind.
Kwiyubaka kwacu gushingiye ku muco kwibuka abacu bazize jenoside.
Maria and Filbert now live as neighbors in a specially created reconciliation village. It's a place designed to forge real bonds between victims and perpetrators of the genocide. Filbert helps Maria with her farm, and they spend time together as friends. Walking around the Genocide Memorial makes me realize the enormous human toll of this conflict, and that there are hundreds of thousands of stories like Maria and Filbert's.
What happened in Rwanda is one of humanity's great tragedies. It is also a source of great hope. A country can recover from civil war. People can reconcile even after genocide. Forgiveness. That takes great sacrifice and courage from the president, from Maria and Filbert, and the millions of others who put aside revenge to embrace peace. War has been around ever since we've had to share resources like land, food, water. I don't think the end of war is imminent. But what I've learned from the remarkable people that I have met is that we have to get better at making peace. When the bloodshed ends and the dust settles over shattered homes, we must do everything we can to resist taking revenge and instead search for our own humanity. After all, we are a species that thrives on cooperation. It's what we've always done best. Abbey Road, London. 5 decades ago, 4 young men made this street famous all around the world. And just a few steps up the street there, on June 25th, 1967, they performed a song live by satellite to an audience of almost 500 million people. That song was All You Need Is Love.
It was the summer of love. I was working at a little theater in Vermont when I heard it. And like so many young people everywhere, we were swept up by the sense of hope that love was all you needed to end war, poverty, and oppression. It's easy, right? Seems naive now. But stop and think for a minute about how our lives are built around love. Families, our communities. Is it really naive to think that love can change the world? What happens when we don't have love? Why are these children rocking back and forth?
Because children were never held as infants.
Why are we willing to suffer for love? Even die for it?
What happens on those battlefields forges something that truly cannot be repeated anywhere else.
Should passion be left to fate?
Is it really meant to just be chance that you meet someone that you're meant to spend the rest of your life with?
And can love reach everyone?
It's a way of making someone feel like there's someone out there who cares.
Yeah. This is my journey to discover the ties that bind us and the common humanity inside us. This is the story of us. I'm in Southern California to meet Isidore Ruckel. Isidore grew up in a Romanian orphanage and didn't experience the love most of us take for granted, the love of a parent. You were born in Romania.
That is correct.
But you wound up in an orphanage at an early age.
I did. My parents took me to a hospital to be treated for my flu or cold. The doctor gave me an injection, and instead of the needles being sterilized and disinfected, it was used time after time on children after children, and I contracted polio. So my parents said, "What on earth did you do to his leg? His leg is dead, can't move it anymore." The doctor said he'd have to stay here for a couple of weeks. Once my parents left me there, they never came back. At the age of 3 years old, I was put in the hospital for the irrecoverable children and grew up there until I was 11 years old.
In the 24 years that Nicolae Ceausescu ruled Romania, many children shared Isidore's fate. Ceausescu decreed that every family must have at least 5 children or pay an extreme tax penalty. If you couldn't afford to feed 5 children, often the only option was to give some of them to one of Romania's overcrowded state orphanages. So, Izzy, you spent 8 years growing up in an orphanage. What was that like?
There are moments where you wonder, am I going to survive this? None of us were taken outside.
No sunlight?
No sunlight.
Looking around at where we are, playground, the trees, the grass.
We did not have anything like this.
Nothing close to it.
No. I wanted to show you this video so you could actually see it for yourself, what my life in the institution was in Romania.
I mean, even the building from the outside looks intimidating.
When you walk into the building, it smelled nothing but soaked urine and feces.
Oh, my goodness gracious. About how many kids can you think in that orphanage?
It would be about 400, 500 children.
400 or 500 children, yeah. And not nearly enough people to look after them. Why are these children rocking back and forth?
Because children were never held as infants. And They were developing ways to nurture themselves, and walking back and forth was one of the ways.
You experienced it?
I experienced. I used to walk back and forth for a long time, and I grew out of that eventually.
Who was that kid?
That was me. That was me in 1990. I had more opportunity than others. I had a worker named Onisha, and I actually still have her picture. And I will never forget this woman. She was one of the most amazing workers that worked there. Onisha took me home for one night. I forgot about the institution. My experience at home was the greatest gift. She cared for me like I was her son. From that moment on, other workers saw my potential. Okay, I want to take him home too. And from there, it just gradually grew till I went home with almost the entire staff that worked there. It's because of them that I learned how to love, how to have compassion, how to care, how to have sympathy. I mean, I had never done that before. I never could hug someone.
Did you see this happen with any other kids?
No. I was very fortunate and lucky, and because of their love, I believe I was able to grow and develop a lot better than others.
So how'd you get out of this orphanage?
And these workers called out my name and another boy's name, Ciprian. Isidore and Ciprian, come here, you're going to America.
Just like that?
Just like that. And we were shocked. So they put us in a nurse's office, and I asked, who's gonna be my mom? And Marla said, I'm gonna be your mom. And I said, then that's who I want my mom to be.
So your parents are here?
Yes. Mom and Dad, come right in.
Good morning. Daniel.
Good morning.
I am Marlis.
How do you do? But you got your own kids. Yeah, you got 3 lovely children that you're going to bring this
mud
into.
All 5 of us really wanted him. I thought he was the most charming thing.
Pretty much
I've ever
hooked.
seen. Yes.
Okay.
At first, life in America was new and exciting for Isidore. He went to school, played sports, and experienced something he'd never had before, a family that loved him.
But then things start to go wrong. They start to go bad.
I wasn't used to the family. I didn't care for them. They were not my family. They were nothing. I hated them. All the bitterness, I held it in, and when I exploded, I took it out on them because they were the closest to me. There are times where I was so out of hand, the police had to come over.
Do you have any clue why?
I don't know. It didn't make sense to me. I mean, I couldn't understand it.
I think there were just some attachment issues as a result of, growing up without, someone coddling him and hugging him and loving on him.
When a child grows and develops, they need to be nurtured, cared, and loved. Without it, they're mentally affected.
By the time Isidore turned 16, his rejection of his adoptive family reached a boiling point. He moved out of the house, severed all ties with them. But then, when he was 18, he learned that Marlis and his adoptive sisters were in a serious car accident.
I was so devastated, and I was very scared that I was going to lose them. I had done so much damage in the family that I didn't think I was going to be accepted or even talked to. They opened the door, and I apologized from then.
I remember still to this day, he told us that he loved us. And I'm not sure that we'd ever heard that.
But that was a turnaround for him.
Mm-hmm. The beginning.
Yeah.
I wasn't willing to give up. He's my son. Whether he's my flesh and blood, it didn't matter. I refused to give up.
Once I saw that they were able to forgive me, at that moment I made like a covenant with myself. I did not want to lose them again.
All right, so now what?
We're still doing the same thing. We have 5 more children. We've adopted them. Not
Gluttons for
California.
punishment, huh? And you, what are you doing?
I'm advocating for several things because I definitely don't want to see children, not only in Romania, but anywhere in the world, to endure what we endured. I think that the greatest gift of all was being adopted and be able to have the best family. I have to admit that.
Well,
I did realize that took me a while, but
now you do. When I was a little boy, I had all this. Trees, grass, sound of birds. I had a loving family. It is heartbreaking to learn what Isidore and so many young Romanian children had to live through. Isidore himself was lucky. He had his nursemaids and his adoptive parents. Now he dedicates himself to helping other orphans, securing for them something that was as vital to their well-being as food and shelter.
Love. All of us need to receive love. But giving love often requires sacrifice. Many parents stop putting themselves first. They sacrifice their careers, work second jobs, or give up their social lives to care for their children. In some cases, the sacrifices we make for love cause physical pain and leave lasting scars. I'm traveling to a remote region of southern Ethiopia to visit a village of the Hammer tribe. Anthropologist Dr. Samuel Tafara, who has lived with the Hammer, tells me they will be happy to show me the pain they endure for love.
Is this an old village? I mean, how old is it?
she has been here for 2, 3, 4 centuries.
So they're pastoral?
Yes, they have goats, they have cows, they have sheep.
Because I was going to ask if I could get Eggs Benedict here, but I guess not, huh?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
The Hammer in this village are all members of an extended family. Those tight family bonds are vital to their survival in this dry and rugged land.
I hear this sort of joyous sound going on.
We are about to witness an age-old ceremony. Men of the Hammer jump over the bulls. It's a rite of transition from childhood to adulthood.
Oh, okay.
And then that makes him eligible to marry. And
that makes him eligible for marriage.
Yeah.
The Hammer have invited us to witness their traditional bull jumping ceremony. Samuel tells me most of the day's events aren't focused on the young man who's coming of age, but on his female relatives.
These girls are praising the guy who's going to live and singing, dancing, praising the family.
A crucial part of the ceremony is the display of love the women make for the young boy. This is abuse. The Hammer people have been holding coming-of-age ceremonies for young men here on the banks of the Omo River for hundreds of years. A central part of the event is his female relatives being whipped. I've heard of other painful ritual practices often directed against women, but something about this seems different.
She's calling for the one, she's provoking the men. None of the whippers are trying to whip. It's the girls.
They choose.
They choose to do it, yeah.
Hard for me to fathom because I don't understand why the woman wants to get whipped.
It is abusive, of course, to the eyes of us. But from their own perspective, they're doing it to show and to express their love. No matter what comes, or no matter what happens, she loves her brother. So this is a kind of return for the love that he has for her.
Samuel explains that these women know the boys who are coming of age will make sacrifices and face dangers herding cattle in Ethiopia's rugged landscape. Being whipped is their way of declaring that they are willing to endure hardship as well. But this is all so shocking that I want to ask the women directly why they are doing this.
I've been watching for a good while, and I see women getting whipped. It seems painful and cruel. Why do you do it?
So it's a culture. When your brother lips or when your uncle lips, then you have to get whipped. For them to feel like he's jumping, they have to be whipped.
Okay.
And they cannot separate the two.
Fresh cuts laid down on top of old scars serve as proof of the women's love for the bull jumper. It's time now for him to show his bravery. These are the cattle.
These are the cattle.
And the young man is going to come
the male will
jump over a bunch of them.
Yeah, he's going to jump. He's very young.
Yeah, very young.
The whippers will be lining them up around there. And then once they are lined up, they will hold tight their horns and their tails.
Okay, so they don't move.
Right, so that they don't move. And then the boy can run. Yeah, he's doing it.
What happens if he falls?
He'll be eliminated.
The young man must run over the cattle at least 4 times to complete his transition to adulthood. The more runs he makes, the more of a man he is in the eyes of his extended family. This is number 4.
He wants to read more?
Yeah, he's coming back for number 5.
Now he's become a big man. Eh? How many cows could you jump over?
I probably could make it over 1, maybe.
The strength of the Hammer women is remarkable.
They manage to take something painful and turn it into something that empowers them. The scars that they carry are like a signature on a contract that says, we are bound by love. It strikes me that human society may not have made it without this kind of love between siblings, between parent and child. It's the basic glue that holds humankind together.
The bonds of family are cemented by this form of sacrificial love, but they are also built on another type of love, the passion that strikes 2 people.
Anthony and Cleopatra, Tristan and Isolde, Romeo and Juliet. These romantic tales are the epitome of how we view love. To paraphrase William Shakespeare, love is a fire, sparkling in lovers' eyes. But I wonder if romantic love alone is enough to sustain a marriage.
Only recently, and mostly only in developed countries, has marriage based on passionate love between strangers replaced marriages arranged by families as the norm. I'm on my way to Hertfordshire, England, to meet lawyer Hina Belitz, whose Pakistani heritage presented her with a choice between both forms of marriage.
Come on in.
Tell me about your family background.
Well, I was brought up in Andover in Hampshire, although I was actually born in Pakistan.
So you grew up here in the UK?
Yes, it was completely all white, all English. And so we grew up secluded from anyone of a similar cultural background to us.
What about schooling? Did you go to college?
I did, and I met someone at university.
Were you married?
Yes. It was what you would conventionally call a love marriage. It was all very idyllic for a short while.
How short?
A year.
Yeah, that's shorty.
Yeah. I discovered that actually he'd been unfaithful.
Okay. So that means divorce?
It did, yes. So I threw myself into my career and I worked very hard and became a successful attorney. Life in the city as a single girl was actually quite a lonely experience. Even though I had so many friends, I knew that there was something hollow and empty and missing in my life. And it wasn't very easy for me, with the experience that I had been through, to easily just trust another. And I had a sort of instinct that I knew I wouldn't find it just by bumping into someone in the local supermarket.
You had to make some sort of change.
I think that's absolutely right.
After a failed first marriage, Hina felt the urge to get reacquainted with her Pakistani roots.
I then had a very good job opportunity arise. So I took that opportunity to take a break between jobs and take some proper time out. So I decided to go to Pakistan and meet my grandmother. After a few days of arriving, I noticed when we went out to a restaurant that a strange man would appear and just be shuffled over to sit next to me. And at first I was unsure as to what the reason was, and then my grandmother would sort of come over and nudge me afterwards and say, "What did you think of him?" And I'm like, "Oh, it'd be nice if he could actually string a sentence together." But then the penny dropped quite quickly that my family were effectively trying to introduce me to a possible suitable match, an arranged marriage.
What was your thinking about the idea of arranged marriages?
Well, it was strange. I felt very much that I was a Western woman that had been brought up in the UK, and this was all just not for me. This is not something...
Kind of foreign.
Yes, it's foreign. It's a bit backward. Why would I think about marrying someone in this way? But that's okay. I'll humour you all for a bit. I'll sort of go along with it.
How many persons do you think your grandmother paraded before you?
There were about 4 or 5, as I recall.
Mm-hmm.
And then, just as we were about to leave, it was probably the day before, there was another chap, and he was very different, extremely charming, had a wonderful smile, good looking. I noticed from across the room my grandmother looking at me. She had these long, slim, dark eyes, and she was looking at me, then looking at him like this. But what happened was I flew back to the UK, and literally the day after I arrived, my mother got a phone call from my grandmother who said, "I'd like to propose a match, a marriage match between Cameron and Hina. Can you ask her if that's something that she would be interested in proceeding with?" On the one hand, I thought, dive in, jump off the cliff and have a go. On the other hand, I was thinking, what's gone wrong with you that you're considering this? So there was conflict in my own mind because, of course, I'd only met Cam for about half an hour to an hour.
Then what?
Well, I think I had a bit of an epiphany when I was out there because I realised it may be culturally different to something that I had been brought up around, but maybe it wasn't a bad thing. Maybe there was something that it had to offer. I actually said, yes, I would like to proceed. And I was thinking, you're crazy.
Hina Bellis agreed to marry a man whom she had only met once, for half an hour.
Yeah.
Who lived more than 4,000 miles away from her home outside London. She chose to trust the opinion of her Pakistani family rather than simply rely on the spark of passion.
It was virtually no time at all that we were married over the telephone by a telephone nikah ceremony. A nikah ceremony is a wedding ceremony which is like the actual wedding, so it's sort of at the point of commitment.
you're on the telephone.
On the telephone.
He's in Pakistan?
Yes.
And you're here in the UK?
That's right.
And you're married now?
We're technically married. But afterwards, I went for a proper full ceremony in Pakistan. It worked out wonderfully. I can honestly say I believe I've found my soulmate. Would you like to meet him?
Yeah, of course. Hello, Cameron.
Hi, Logan. Nice to meet you.
How are you?
I'm fine.
So, did you know you're being set up?
No, not at all. Yeah. My father, he said, "Come, what do you think about the girl you saw?" And I said, "Wow."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "I wish she'll be my wife."
So, how long have you been together?
15 years.
15 years.
Yeah. We have an 8 and a 10-year-old now. 2 beautiful sons.
So, maybe it's a good thing to have family involved in such a momentous decision.
I think you're right. I think part of the reason why there are so many website dating applications is because there isn't an easy access to people. Is it really meant to just be chance that you meet someone that you're meant to spend the rest of your life with? Do we really want to leave that purely to a chance meeting at a party?
In Pakistan, you always see arranged marriages, and they last long. They're a blessing from parents.
I had a lot more confidence and trust because I knew that my family was involved, and so there was a lot more comfort that I had.
Okay. So how wrong would I be if I said yours is not an arranged marriage, yours is a marriage by consent?
The core of the difference is simply that when a marriage is arranged, it is arranged because the objective is to introduce 2 people for the purposes of getting married, rather than for the purposes of going out and having fun. There are such things as forced marriages. Anyone being compelled to marry someone they don't want to is completely wrong. An arrangement should be by choice, ultimately.
Do you think love has to be learned?
There is something powerful about going into a relationship with clear expectations on either side and clear hopes and desires on either side, and not having those aspects clouded by the more superficial feelings. There's a possibility, I think, that could lead to a longer term, more lasting, more fulfilling relationship.
You two look properly matched to me. I mean, I can certainly see how it could come about between you two. Looks right, feels right, even smells right. So long, guys.
Thank you.
It had never occurred to me that an arranged marriage could be the foundation of a loving relationship. Not Tahina either. But she and Cam have built upon the expectations placed on their match by their families. They've built a bond that is founded on both passion and practicality.
Hi.
I love this.
And they're raising a couple of wonderful boys. Love has so many forms. It's passionate, it's painful, it's nurtured. Love binds people together, even when love is the last thing on their minds. I'm meeting Army Major William Swenson, who received the Medal of Honor for his bravery in Afghanistan.
Will Swenson was there for his brothers. He was there for us all.
The story of how he risked his life for his brothers in arms is a true story of love. Brothers in arms. What does that term mean to you?
It's a term that's always defined our relationship to one another in the military. Friendship, a family that's forged, whether it's basic training or whether it's an experience that was forged in war.
Now, you were in Afghanistan?
That's correct. We had U.S. Army, U.S. Air Force and U.S. Navy assets, all participating in a joint operation to help pacify a troubled part of our region. We were all collectively working with respective Afghan partners. Sergeant First Class Kenneth Westbrook and I were working with our Afghan Border Patrol. Sergeant Westbrook was, in effect, my right-hand man.
Sergeant Westbrook is a friend of yours?
We had not known each other prior to this deployment. We got to know each other very well. I could rely on him. We were very different in every way. However, we ultimately saw that we had an objective, a goal, and that we were going to get there together.
On September 8, 2009, Major Swenson, Sergeant Westbrook, and their Afghan Border Patrol unit were tasked with escorting a contingent from the Afghan Army and the U.S. Marines. They were headed to a meeting of elders in the village of Ganjgal.
But this was not a mission that intended on being combat. We were there to support that operation.
Okay, so what happened?
You pick your battles, but sometimes your battles pick you.
The mission came under fire?
That's correct. We never entered the village before we were fired upon. And it rapidly escalated into a significant amount of direct, accurate, lethal fire.
Major William Swenson had set out on a mission to help Afghani soldiers broker a peace deal with tribal elders in the village of Ganjgal. All of a sudden, the mission came under attack, and they were surrounded by as many as 60 insurgent fighters. He and his entire unit were battling to save their own lives.
We had received at least 4 of our first casualties within the first 5 minutes. This battle extended over 6 hours.
6 hours.
And over these 6 hours, we had a number of heroic acts that occurred across that battlefield. We were firmly committed to one goal: extracting our survivors, recovering our wounded and dead, and getting off that battlefield so we could come back and fight another day.
Major Swenson repeatedly entered the kill zone to rescue wounded and fallen U.S. and Afghani soldiers. But he wasn't alone in his efforts.
Sergeant First Class Westbrook was providing supporting fire heroically, and he was wounded. And he called out to me, "Will, I'm hit." And he didn't tell me how badly wounded he was. He never indicated how significant his injuries were, but they were grave. And I was watching him, just checking to make sure he was okay, and he was. And he provided covering fire for who knows how long before he finally said, "I'm losing it. I need help over here." And I knew he was serious. And I went over to him, and he and I began to extract off the battlefield. And he, on his own 2 feet, walked hundreds of yards through complex terrain. And again, I had not at this point understood the severity of it. We'll watch this together. This helicopter crew was under fire at this time. For them to land a helicopter full of fuel in that area is a testament to their bravery as well. This is me. The dust you see is providing some level of protection from direct fire. You can see here that Sergeant First Class Westbrook coming up. The bullet had destroyed his shoulder. Significant internal damage and bleeding. At this point, he had lost so much blood that it was difficult for him to maintain consciousness. This is Sergeant First Class Westbrook walking on his own 2 feet off that battlefield after doing his job. At that point, I told him he'd done his job, it was time to go home, and I gave him a kiss on the head.
Your brother in arms, you gave a kiss on the head. Would you agree it qualifies as love?
does qualify as love. The people you serve with, the people you go to conflict with, the people that you have an experience in that intensity forges friendships, it forges bonds, it forges something that truly cannot be repeated anywhere else. What happens on those battlefields, what happens amongst our service members in those situations, creates something that really cannot be described. It can be seen, it can be witnessed, but it really has to be felt. It's powerful. And it extends beyond just the soldier, just that sailor, that Marine. It extends to even their families. You feel like you've forged a new family, a new bond.
So Sergeant Westbrook was rather severely wounded, but not mortally, right? What happened to him?
Sergeant Westbrook had the opportunity to go home. He didn't want to. He wanted to stay, keep fighting. He got to go home. He got to see his family. Unfortunately, as a result of complications, he passed away a month later, back in the United States, with his family by his side.
So out of all of that, he died.
This is war. It's not fair. He would have returned to that battlefield if he could have. He would have returned right by my side, and he and I would have continued our mission. But he gave everything for what he loved, for what he believed in. And I take some solace in knowing that he got home.
Yeah. Rough talking about it, isn't it? Thank you. The courage that Major Swenson showed on that fateful day is inspiring. But what strikes me most is that kiss, and what it reveals. It's not romantic. No. It's a kiss of fellowship, a profound bond with someone you have no blood ties with. How could we ever have moved beyond small tribes without that bond? Our cities, our entire nations could not exist without love.
Love has built our world, but not everyone receives the love they need. Around us, there are people who are excluded, who feel invisible to the rest of society. Can we help bring them back simply by offering them love? Across Europe and North America, there are nearly 5 million homeless. Some of us are moved to help these people through charity. You could call charities organizations built from love. In the U.S., 63 million volunteers donated 8 billion hours to homelessness and other causes in 2016. But suffering persists all the same. I wonder if there's a better way to show love for those in need. I'm in London to meet Joshua Coombs. He's a hairdresser, and he believes small acts of love can make a big impact.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. Good to see you.
Meet you. Great to meet you.
Yeah, what
am I doing with this store?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you.
Okay.
So I'm going to take you around Peckham.
Peckham was once one of London's most downtrodden neighborhoods. Today, it's in transition. On the same block, you can find trendy coffee shops, street gangs, and the homeless.
I'm going to go talk to this guy down here quickly.
Okay.
Just a sec.
Joshua hopes he can help the homeless, not by offering them money or food, but by giving them a haircut.
Okay, Stuart. When was the last time you had a haircut?
in November last year.
December, January, February?
5 months ago.
March, April. How did you come to be homeless, Stuart?
I broke my hip, and they stopped my benefits. And at the time, I was like, I'm stupid. I was getting involved with drugs and things. I didn't really care. And next thing I know, they came out and said, right, you're out. That was 24th of January, 2016. And I've been homeless since. Because there's another world on the streets. You can't go home anymore. Now you're alone.
Well, I came close once in 1962. Couldn't pay my rent, and I had 4 roommates. But I couldn't pay my rent for a couple of months, and they said, well, you got to go. I had my duffel bag on my shoulders, thinking, now, where am I going to go?
Whereabouts was that?
San Francisco.
San Francisco.
Luckily, I had friends, somebody who took me in.
A lot of people look at you, they think, it's your fault you're there. You deserve it, you've done something wrong. It wasn't my case. I mean, it just built up.
How long have you been doing this, John?
For a couple of years now.
So what got you started?
I think it was feeling a bit helpless, really, if I'm honest. Like, it came from a feeling of helplessness of how can I affect a problem that seems so big? How do I even begin to start? From that feeling of helplessness came, like, I have to start with one person. Just talking to one person, finding out about them, and I think that makes you feel empowered to make bigger changes.
It's a bit more than giving a haircut or getting a haircut.
Yeah, exactly, right? Just because we're not related, I feel like there's got to be those support for the people who don't have that. And look, I know a haircut's not a big thing. I know it's not going to change somebody's world, but for me, it's just a way of spending time with someone. It's a way of making someone hopefully feel like that there's someone out there who cares, even if that is a stranger, right? So.
Yeah.
This is it. Well, it's just coming off.
I've got a chin under there, I think. Probably got 2.
Okay, you ready to say goodbye to this moustache? It's gone. It's going, going, gone.
Well, I must say, Stuart, you look human.
Oh, thank you. But I must say, when you say Stuart, you say my name, you're talking to me, and I recognise your voice, it's like...
Oh, do you now? Do you have a special sleeping place, or do you,
I do,
wherever you...
in Covent Garden.
Ah, okay.
It's a doorway that I've slept in a few months now. The security don't bother me.
On the street, your day-to-day, what would you say love means to you?
Usually it hits me like the first person to say good morning to me.
Yeah?
I'll be lying there, just undoing my sleeping bag, just climbing out, and somebody walks past and says, morning, and whoa, lovely. But when you don't hear a good morning from anyone, it's like, nobody cares.
Yeah.
Another big reason for doing this, when people walk past and they see someone helping another person, I think it's infectious, it ripples, and I think that's part of this, to try and inspire other people. So we've created a social media movement, hashtag do something for nothing. And people are using this hashtag in different places to perform goodwill acts, so it's not just about hairdressing.
So, Stuart, I'm thinking now what's got Josh here with you is his sense of love thy neighbor. Do something for someone for nothing. What do you think about that?
There'll be a lot more done.
Wouldn't there? Yeah.
Yeah, man, and final touch. We ready? I think,
yeah, there you are.
I think
Bet you don't
ready.
recognize this guy.
I don't yet.
In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ta-da!
I'm 20 years younger. Oh,
yeah.
Stuart, what we saying?
Nobody's going to recognise me.
Mate, you're a new man right now.
Yeah, thank you.
How do you feel?
Like a new man.
Like a new man?
Yeah.
Do you recognise yourself then?
Yes.
Yeah.
I used to look like that once. I was a lot younger.
All right, so what I want to say to the both of you is thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Quite a new experience. Someone like you walking around the city doing good stuff like that.
Thank you.
And thank you.
It does. It really does.
Stuart. It's really terrific what Josh is doing.
I'm going to see you again soon.
Thanks.
Joshua doesn't expect these small acts of kindness to end homelessness, but he hopes the love he shows people will boost their self-esteem and may help them rebuild their lives.
Just imagine if each of us took 5 minutes out of your day to do something loving for another person. I don't care if it's a family member or your friend or a total stranger. Imagine what a transformation we could make in this world. Love is the most powerful force we know. Back when we all lived in small tribes, it kept our extended families together. But it has grown into so much more than that. Today, love can reach all the way around the world. It is endlessly adaptable, surprising, and healing. It has the power to inspire us, to push our society forward. I still believe love can change the world like I did in 1967. We just have to remember there's nothing we can do that can't be done with love. I'm proud to call myself a Mississippian. I've always felt a profound sense of belonging here. It's not just the land, it's the people. The way we talk, food we eat. Thank you, Brittany. The way we treat one another. That doesn't mean that I agree with everybody who lives here. This state was segregated. It was us and them. Jim Crow may be long behind us, but the state is still separate, still divided. Culturally, politically, it's as if the whole country, even the whole world, is polarizing into separate camps that disagree with one another, can barely even talk to one another. Is this tribalism just part of human nature? Or can we bridge the gap that separates us from them?
How does division spawn hate?
How can you hate me when you don't even know me?
What makes hatred turn deadly?
Mass killing, 1,000 people at a time.
And can we find a path towards unity?
After all the years that I spent doing destructive things, I want to try to repair it.
The real lesson of our history is that when you expand the circle, the story of us can also include them.
This is my journey to discover the ties that bind us and the common humanity inside us. This is the story of us. We divide ourselves into us and them in many different ways. By nationality, religion, gender, or which team you support. Some of these divisions are harmless, but others expose the darkest side of human nature. Divisions that once seemed consigned to history are still with us. In fact, they appear to be on the rise. I want to understand how. So I'm traveling to Maryland to meet musician Daryl Davis. He spent his life trying to heal a hateful divide.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Music is the thing. Thank you.
It brings people together, man.
You made yourself some very
interesting friends.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Why?
Why? Well, you know, in the 4th grade, I was one of 2 black kids in the entire school. Consequently, all of my friends were white. Most of my guy friends were members of the Cub Scouts, and they invited me to join. So I joined the Cub Scouts. On Scout Day, we had a march from Lexington to Concord to celebrate the ride of Paul Revere. And I was the only black scout in this march. And somewhere down the parade route, there was a small group of white spectators, a couple kids, a couple adults, and all of a sudden I began getting hit with bottles and soda pop cans and rocks, debris from the street by this particular group of white spectators. And my first inclination was, oh, those people over there don't like the Scouts. So when I got home, my mom and dad, who were not at the march, asked me, how did you fall down and get all scraped up? I told them I didn't fall down. I told them exactly what happened. For the first time in my life, my parents sat me down and explained to me what racism was. I literally thought they were liars. I did not believe them. I could not get my head around the idea that someone who had never laid eyes on me would want to inflict pain upon me for no other reason than the color of my skin. It made no sense. And I formed a question in my mind, and that question was, how can you hate me when you don't even know me? So I figured in my adult life, who better to ask than someone who would join an organization whose whole premise is hating those who do not look like them and who do not believe as they believe. So I began seeking out members of the Ku Klux Klan.
Okay, now listen, but how do you know where to go to find these people? I mean,
well, they're not hard to find.
They're not?
No,
they wear masks, they wear hoods.
Absolutely. But you know what? When they have a rally in a public park,
yeah,
they have to apply for a permit.
Yeah.
So that's public information.
Yeah.
So I can go there and get the name, get the number, and call them and ask for a meeting.
How many people have called you crazy?
Everybody. But it's a good kind of crazy, because you know what? If I can walk away with changed hearts, we all need to be crazy.
How do you know that a person who has had one set of beliefs has changed that set of beliefs?
When a Klansman or Klanswoman sheds that clothing, they have shed their ideology. And given that robe and hood to their enemy, a black man, yeah, they're done.
What do you mean, they've done that to you?
Yeah, I have a bunch of robes and hoods.
Man.
So these are a couple of the Klan robes that I have in my collection. I have quite a few more. This Klan robe, Grand Dragon robe, was owned by a fellow named Bob White, Robert White. And he was sent to prison for 4 years for conspiring to bomb a synagogue, and went back to prison for 3 years for assault with intent to murder 2 black men with a shotgun. He went on to become one of my best friends. His day job, Baltimore City police officer.
Under the color of the law.
Now, the gentleman behind you here, I use the term gentleman loosely.
Shouldn't put him there. All right. How did this come to be a way of life?
Well, because we all have to have a belief. You got to change that culture, you know, and show them other things that they can believe in. They can be somebody without believing that I need all this around me.
The mindset of racists seems so entrenched, it's hard for me to believe they could ever really change. So I'm traveling with Daryl to Memphis to meet one of his ex-KKK friends.
Scott Shepard.
Hey,
how you been, man? Good to see you. My friend Morgan Freeman.
Hey,
Scott
nice
Shepard.
to meet you, sir.
Scott, how did you happen to get involved with the Ku Klux Klan?
Being from the Mississippi Delta, you know, the Klansmen all around me. I didn't have any self-confidence.
I do, yes.
And I got sucked in by some of their recruitment tactics, you know, that they use to get young people in that are troubled, just like gangs in the big cities.
For God! God! For country! For country! For the family! Family! For the Klan! Klan!
From the very beginning when I joined and took the oath, there was an immediate feeling of importance.
How long were you involved?
Almost 20 years.
Do you think that period in your life, it was a way to get attached?
Find a home, yes, sir.
A meaning?
I grew up in a dysfunctional family. A alcoholic father, where he was very violent, but I can't blame it on that. I take full responsibility for the decisions I made.
The Klan absolutely bound by the rules of no them, no blacks, no homosexuals, no Jews. Did you have any sense that that wasn't quite the way it should be?
I always had an internal battle within myself because I was raised by a black lady.
So many of us in the South were.
Yes. Rebecca raised my mother, my brother, my sister, all of us. And, you know, I distanced myself from her. And it was a constant battle within myself, knowing that I really wasn't doing right.
What made you break from the KKK?
I left the restaurant one night from having dinner, and the police pulled me over. I failed the sobriety test. That threw me into the court system. Well, when I got inside the Alcohol and Drug Treatment Center, there was people in there of all color, religions, sexual preferences. I mean, just, you know, the whole gamut of different people. And I got to know them, sat down, we had intimate conversations with each other, talked about our lives. The seed had been planted. I was changing.
How'd you meet Daryl?
I was stuck between a rock and a hard spot, you know, trying to figure out where my life was. And I needed guidance.
I sent him my phone number and said, sure, you know, I'd be happy to talk with you.
I had heard about Daryl and saw what he was doing. And of course, I told him before, I thought he was a nutcase.
You know, I have an obligation. He's looking for somebody to trust. So why would I turn my back on someone who's looking to trust me, looking for something different? And I've always believed, if you sit down with your worst enemy for 5 minutes, you will find something in common. If you sit down with them for 10 minutes, you'll find even more in common. And if you build upon those commonalities in that relationship, it will turn into a friendship. And then those things that you have in contrast, such as trivial things like skin color, will begin to matter less and less.
I felt trust. I felt trust with, you know, Daryl. And what he said, it made sense.
You look back on that, what do you think of it? What do you think of them as an organization?
I despise them, and would do anything I can to break down the racial barriers in this country, but they're definitely still a threat.
We can legislate behavior, but we cannot legislate how they think. The day we legislated for blacks to sit on the bus after the Rosa Parks bus boycott did not change the mindset. That came over time through grassroots conversation. Thank you.
I'm on your side. Scott, welcome home.
I appreciate it. I'm glad to be home. Been a long journey.
Daryl Davis has proven that
When you open your heart to someone, you give them the opportunity to open their heart to you. And an open heart is an open mind. If more of us had the courage to get to know the people who claim to hate us, I believe we could bridge the divide between us and them.
But look around today, and it's hard to have hope. A new generation is joining the hate groups, and they no longer feel the need to hide behind hoods and robes. And around the world, leaders are coming to power who promise division, not unity. We need only to look at history to see the horror of where we might be headed. I've come to the capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Sarajevo, a city where 3 different cultures have lived side by side for generations. There are Orthodox Christian Serbs, Catholic Croats, and Muslims. But in 1992, that peace came to an end.
Civil war and ethnic violence rage across newly independent Bosnia and Herzegovina, despite all peace efforts of the European community.
For 50 years, Bosnia had been a part of the communist state Yugoslavia. But in the early 1990s, Yugoslavia broke apart into 5 separate states. Serbia's leader, Slobodan Milosevic, saw the breakup as an opportunity to capture territory from Bosnia. Milosevic used his state-controlled media to spread anti-Muslim and anti-Croat propaganda, encouraging Serbs living inside Bosnia to turn on their neighbors. The war that followed took the lives of 100,000 people.
Morgan!
I'm meeting with Senad Hadjifesovic,
Come up here.
a prominent Muslim TV journalist who lived through the war.
This is spectacular. I see maybe a dozen minarets out there. That's unusual for a European city, isn't it?
Ottoman Empire founded Sarajevo in the 15th century.
Okay.
We have more than 100 mosques, but we have 7 Catholic churches, 4 Orthodox churches, and 4 synagogues.
Now, you were broadcasting in 1992, and you predicted that war would come. How did you know?
I had interviews with every president of Yugoslav Republic. Everyone knew, but I am first who said,
Ovo je već rat. Rat protiv nedužnih, rat protiv vaše djece I rat protiv svih nas.
After 3 days, April 5, war starting in Sarajevo. We were sleeping. Citizens, media, politicians, when war starting.
You mean you had Serbian tanks and stuff in the streets here overnight?
First grenades from this position. Grenades, snipers directly attack on the city. Front line around Sarajevo. And we stay under siege for years.
The Bosnian Serb army, backed by Milosevic, hoped to divide Sarajevo's ethnic groups. But the besieged citizens continued to see one another as friends and neighbors, no matter what their ethnicity. Senad used his television show to make sure a voice of unity could still be heard.
U Sarajevu su srpske porodice u muslimanskim kućama, muslimanske u srpskim, hrvatskim muslimanskim I srpskim.
We was together. Serbian, all Croatian, Jewish from Sarajevo, all Bosnian or Muslims, together.
Senad even tried to end the war when his studio phone rang live on air.
A leader of Bosnian Serbs called me live in program. And I said, I have one question for you. You are leader of Serbians. Can you call all Serbians who hold guns to stop fire in Sarajevo? And he said, okay. Okay, and after that, I said live in program, President of Bosnia and Herzegovina, can you call us? And he called. And I asked him, can you call your Bosnian people with guns to stop fire? And he said, okay. And we have 2 days
peace.
Of peace, as some call Senate peace. This is good. 2 days we have peace.
But the peace did not last. Outside of Sarajevo, the divisive rhetoric of Slobodan Milosevic was tearing Bosnia apart. Ethnic cleansing began. And soon, there came the horror of genocide. To see the devastation caused when a country splits into us and them, Senad Hadživašević is taking me into the Bosnian countryside. It was here, in a town called Srebrenica, that the clash between ethnic groups will be remembered for generations. It's now the final resting place of at least 8,000 Muslim fathers and sons, all killed in July 1995. They were all civilians, just like Senad and his son, Feja.
Today, I'm here in Srebrenica with you and with my son, Feja.
Hi, Morgan. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Feja.
Welcome.
What in the world happened here?
So, Morgan, what actually happened here, it's a genocide.
This border of Serbia is near.
Uh-huh.
Very close.
They came here, they wanted to kill everybody and just together to give this territory, to separate it from Bosnia and pass it to Serbia.
Back to Serbia?
Yeah. The Serbian army collected all women, men, and children into these factories over there. And from there, they were separated. And men, boys, they took them all around these mountains to kill them and to shoot them. From there, they started the mass killing, you know, about 1,000 people at a time.
Mass graveyard.
Mass grave.
Soon after, NATO bombing helped end the war, but it was too late to save the victims of Srebrenica.
So you were 5, 6 years old when this happened?
I was 6 years old, and there were a lot of boys my age that were killed that day here. And I still can't believe, like, how is it possible for people to be blind because of their own belief, and how can they not see this humanity? For me, it's like unimaginable that there exist people who can do this kind of ethnic cleansing.
Entire family lines were wiped out here. The Serbian nationalists hoped to kill off the very idea that Bosnia could be a melting pot of ethnic groups. But that belief is still alive in Senad and his son Feja.
This is flower of Srebrenica, and this represents mothers around one coffin of a small child. So this is like the mothers from the top with the scarves, and these are like their hands
on the coffin.
On the coffin. This is actually my first time here, so it's even harder for me to handle all of this.
I'm crying.
I just can't imagine that you can go through this and then come out whole on the other side.
You have to learn to live with it, but also you can't forget it. At one point, you can forgive, but not forget.
You have to forgive each other. Not say forget.
Yeah, yeah.
You forget, you'll do it again.
Yeah.
The heart-wrenching story of Bosnia shows the dark side of humanity. People who once shared a common Yugoslav identity began to see their neighbors as the source of their problems because they could no longer see their humanity. But there is hope amid the horror that happened here. There are people like Senad. He's proud of his Bosnian Muslim identity, sees himself as a global citizen, happy to live alongside Serbs, Croats, Christians, and Muslims. And he's using his voice in the media to promote that belief. That's the kind of voice the world needs. One that inspires us to believe in our common humanity.
Looking back, the Bosnian War now seems like a turning point. The beginning of a backlash against the global merging of cultures and economies that had held sway since World War II. Across Europe, the Middle East, and the Americas, nationalism is on the rise.
We've got our country back!
Can we hope to escape this fractious tribalism? To find out, I'm headed to Manhattan to speak with a man with a rare insight on national and global politics. The 42nd President of the United States, William Jefferson Clinton.
It seems like at one point the world was kind of coalescing, coming together. On the other hand, we're getting now towards a kind of tribalism. What's going to happen?
I don't know. Depends. In general, we're experiencing a period of this kind of tribal nationalism you see all over the planet.
We don't need y'all here, go home! Go back to Africa!
People saying that I can't stand all this change. That's understandable. It was never going to be that simple to build a so-called New World Order. Dominant groups, whether ethnic or racial or religious or economic, tend to see the world in zero-sum games. That is, if somebody gets more, I must be getting less. And nobody gives ground willingly. I believe the real lesson of our history is that when you expand the circle of opportunity, you have multiplication, not just addition. And when you shrink it, you don't just have subtraction, you get division. And you, in the end, do way worse.
President Clinton gives the example of Europe, a continent devastated by the bitter rivalries that caused 2 world wars, is now a prosperous, united economy. Former enemies have turned their back on division and embraced unity. The motto of the United States of America, E pluribus unum, means out of many, one. One nation rises from a diverse collection of states. And today, many Americans regard their country's ethnic diversity with pride.
We are now probably the most diverse community on the planet, I would say. I mean, in terms of people who can call themselves Americans.
And I believe it has made us a lot stronger. Queens, for example, we're doing this interview in New York City, in Manhattan. Queens is now the most diverse urban center with more than 2.5 million people in the world. And we have many, many American counties with people from a lot of countries. But as you know, we have many people who feel threatened by all these immigrants coming in.
Well, that's always been the case, though, hasn't it?
Always.
But it's never stopped us.
No, not yet. We're still here, and we are thriving because at every critical juncture, when we could have gone back, we found a way to go forward.
Looking outside America, Do you think the whole world will ever come together?
I do, but I think we have to do it in steps. People need personal experience with the other so that the story of us can also include them. And that's going to happen literally billions of times. This is not going to be an easy deal. Martin Luther King's words, the arc of history is long, but it bends toward justice. It also bends toward growth, inclusion, intelligence, but it's a rocky road, always has been. And all of us have a complicated way of our identifying who we are. Who is we, who is us, who is them? It's the oldest question in human society.
President Clinton's words resonate with me. Who are we and who are we not could be the most ancient and most difficult questions societies ask themselves. But one tribe living deep in the Central American jungle may have found the balance between tribalism and globalism. I'm in Panama, headed upriver from Panama City and into a different world. I've learned of an indigenous group that has developed an unusual balance between us and them. The Embera live in and around the rugged and inhospitable area that separates North and South America, the Darien Gap. The group I am meeting today lives less than 3 hours from Panama City, but their way of life remains largely as it always has been.
Sí. Hola. Buenos días.
Buenos días.
¿Cómo está?
I'm very good.
Ah, me too.
Yeah, my name is Nelson.
Nelson?
Yes.
How'd you get a name like Nelson?
When I born,
yeah?
Yes, my teacher gave me that name, Nelson, from Nelson Mandela. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, yeah.
How come you speak English?
There is a missionary school outside from here, near the city. Stay for 4 years there.
Huh? Very good.
Yeah, Morgan, this is my village here up on this hill.
Uh-huh.
And let's go and see what kind of...
I want to. How many structures?
We are around 134 people here.
Uh-huh.
Between kids and adults.
Uh-huh.
So it's around 28 houses. Each house is one family.
Ah. Life here may look to be free of Western influence, but look deeper and you find signs of contact. The village has a thriving jewelry and carving industry that caters to weekly visits from tourist boats.
And it looks like we're busy.
Right now, he's carving little boats.
Yeah, little canoe.
This kind of wood is we call a cocobolo. It's kind of like a rosewood.
Yeah. For the Embera, regular tourist business is a sign that their culture is valued by others and worth maintaining. It's also a source of revenue with which to buy a handful of Western goods that make their lives easier.
You don't have a lot of modern conveniences, but you got those 200 horsepower outboard engines.
Yes, in the old days we use we call palanca.
See,
the current.
I'd imagine it'd be hard to get upriver.
Yes, now we have motor and it's more easy.
Of course.
Yeah.
On the other hand, unlike many other indigenous cultures in Central and South America, the Embera have not taken to Western clothing. Their loincloth is not only practical in this climate, it's also part of their identity. I asked Nelson to introduce me to a village elder to understand how the Embera managed to live between two worlds.
All right, now, there's a big city not too far downriver. Cars, big hotels, tall buildings, paved streets. How come you don't want to go there?
One of the big things that the Embera people have is the Embera people like to live in the jungle, you know, live together like a family. Because he can eat, he can work in the jungle, and all the people here, they love the jungle, you know.
What traditions you have that you're holding on to that we wouldn't see in the city? This is one of them, paint.
We used this many years ago, the fruits that we call hagua, which is this tattoo you can see. And also this can work for mosquito net, for sunblock, for your hair. We use this paint, the ink for the baby can be safe, you know, from the different bugs around.
That's fantastic. It's amazing to me that every culture, particularly in yours, you have knowledge of plants, what they're good for.
The jungle, for him, is his God. You know, everything is here.
This is a culture that trusts the jungle to provide, including remedies for its ills, like the fever that has afflicted this girl. The Embera don't reject Western medicine. When people are seriously injured, they take them to the hospital in Panama City. But for most ailments, the Embera do what they have done for generations. They call on healing spirits and prepare remedies from healing plants.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad.
It's a blending of us and them that has worked for the Embera for centuries. They take what they need from the outside world, but they cherish and maintain their traditional way of life.
The Embera are completely connected to the natural world around them. The forest, the river. Living for centuries surrounded by the jungle, they've developed a deep spiritual connection with it. That's why they're still here, thriving, even as the modern world creeps closer and closer.
Our modern world is a mosaic of different tribes, each with its own customs and belief systems. In many places, those tribes live shoulder to shoulder. The challenge we face is learning how to accept those who are not like us. I've come to Los Angeles to meet someone who has faced that challenge head-on. Megan Phelps Roper was born into the Westboro Baptist Church, a religious cult notorious for its hate-ridden interpretations of the Bible.
Members of a fundamentalist Kansas church believe U.S. deaths in Iraq and Afghanistan are punishment for the nation's tolerance of homosexuality.
Megan grew up indoctrinated into these divisive beliefs.
Where did Westboro Baptist Church come from?
It was started by my grandfather in 1955.
God hates fags. Except you repent, you shall all likewise perish. And God is not running out of room in hell.
Your grandfather started this movement.
Right. So we thought it was our duty to go out and warn people when we saw them sinning, to rebuke them so that they wouldn't go on in their path to hell. Anybody who came out against what we were saying, we thought they were coming out against the Word of God. So we started protesting churches, we started protesting the government. We thought that God was punishing America by killing her soldiers in battle. We thought we have to go to these families at these funerals and say, this is a curse. God has cursed you because you're fighting for a nation that has made God its #1 enemy.
Soldiers died and went to hell.
Because of course we believed that outsiders were all evil or delusional. And so
Megan, have to stop a minute.
Mm-hmm.
There are about 80 people in your church, and you think 80 people are right, and maybe 7 billion are wrong.
Right.
Megan Phelps Roper was one of the staunchest advocates of the hateful ideology of the Westboro Baptist Church. She spent her days preaching division, condemning those outside her cult to damnation in hell.
I used to wear this shirt and others like it.
Are you going to all these places, holding up these signs and stuff?
Yeah. We protested every single day in Topeka, but we were also traveling across the country. We believed that the nation had been promoting this lifestyle that God calls abomination.
God decides who God loves, not you.
And I believed that I was doing good. I believed that I was doing what God wanted.
You went on Twitter yourself
Right.
to start spreading the word of the
Right.
church.
Right. So in 2009, I started tweeting for the church. It seemed like there was a growing body of people that I could preach to. One of the very first people that I attacked was a man named David Abitbol, who ran a blog called Jewlicious. I was trying to find ways of explaining to him that he was wrong, that to reject Jesus was going to land him in hell for eternity. He kind of at first responded with sarcasm and anger and hostility, but almost immediately he sort of changed tactics. He started asking me questions about Westboro's picket signs, and I started asking him questions about Jewish theology. So throughout this conversation, I was seeing his interactions with his friends and photos of his life in Jerusalem, where he was living, and coming to understand him and see him as human, as a person with good intentions who was trying to do what he believed was right. This conversation, you know, it became much more friendly. And then he asked me a question that I didn't have an answer for.
What was the question?
He was asking me about one of our picket signs that said death penalty for fags. And that, you know, comes from Romans 1:32. That was the penalty prescribed. And David said, didn't Jesus say, let he who is without sin cast the first stone? And I responded, we're not casting stones, we're preaching words. And he said, yeah, but you're advocating that the government cast stones. And I was kind of, you know, shocked at that point because I had never connected that if you kill somebody, you completely cut off the opportunity to repent and be forgiven. And that's what we were advocating. We were telling people to repent. So as time goes on and more of these situations come up, the weight of that, of all these contradictions over time, became so heavy.
Well, now that's not going to make you leave the church. It just makes you
No.
start to think.
Exactly. I stopped holding the sign, but it was the first time that I thought that the church could be wrong about something. It became more terrifying to stay and less terrifying to leave.
So now you're in a quandary.
Right.
You're sort of half in and half out.
The day that I actually first thought of leaving, it was agonizing and excruciating. I mean, just imagine if you thought you were going to lose everyone that you loved and cared about to go to a world that was full of people who hated you for all the things that you've been doing to hurt them. There were so many things, like our family recipes and photos and home movies and yeah. So it was like trying to collect these. Like, once you leave, you're gonna lose everything and everyone. And it was like,
where am I gonna go?
Yeah.
Where am I going to be?
Yeah. The idea of losing all of them. And it was just, it was awful. It was terrifying. Not long after I left, I actually met David Abitbol, and he told me about this idea, this concept in Judaism. It's to see the brokenness in the world and to help repair it in as many ways as you can find. And he said, you and your family have added to the brokenness of the world, and you should try to do what you can to repair it. After all the years that I spent doing destructive things, I know I can't undo it, but I want to try to repair it.
Megan went through a complete reversal of her lifelong mindset. The key to her turnaround, she says, was the lack of hostility in conversations with people like David Abitbol.
The fact that people are being kind and understanding and compassionate to me, that contradicted what I had been taught to believe about outsiders. They didn't seem to be the demons that I'd been taught that they were. Like, what's the first thing that happens when someone approaches you with hostility?
You get hostile back.
Kindness is powerful, and I think it's more powerful than hostility, aggression, or anything else. It's so important for us to learn how to reach out across these intense divides. I think we can do that. I have a lot of hope.
And I think your story will help a lot. I really do.
I hope so.
Today we are inundated by news stories that make us feel divided about our different political and religious beliefs. Our compulsion to sharing news on social media only seems to make those issues wider. But Megan's story is encouraging. It shows that we can harness the power of social media for good, that it can be a medium for gentle and patient conversation that can help us to find our shared humanity. This journey has shown me how dangerous it can be to divide into us and them. But the people I've met give me hope that these divides are not impossible to bridge. We are a species that thrives on working together. I mean, look at the city around me. Buildings that reach for the sky, a diverse population living shoulder to shoulder, and new technologies that help us connect in a heartbeat. All created out of a spirit of cooperation. It will take humility, understanding, respect for our differences, and time. But I believe there is room for everyone in the story of us. Don't tell me you haven't imagined doing this. Sitting behind this desk, occupying the most powerful seat in the world. I've done it. And even when you're playing the role of the President of the United States, you get a sense of the awesome power we entrust to one person. The fate of our nation, sometimes that of the entire world, rests on that person's shoulders. But sometimes we disagree with the person at the top.
If we had real democracy, we wouldn't have to protest.
We want more control of our own destinies. Does society work best when organized around a strong leader? Or is there another, better way? What makes a good leader?
Now he's the chief of the community.
You have to convince people who may disagree to go along with you.
How do we escape from bad leaders?
Women started coming to me because the government are not doing anything.
Or the tyranny of the mob?
I was beaten on the street.
It was like first time I completely understood who you really are if you're a gay in Russia.
And is democracy really the best way to run society?
Washington doesn't like to say this. Lobbying, it's bribery.
Everyone's biased, so everybody actually having to vote to make laws would be pretty crazy.
This is my journey to discover the ties that bind us and the common humanity inside us. This is the story of us. Society is made up of individuals like you and me. Each one of us living our lives, chasing our own hopes and dreams. But it's not everyone for themselves. We turn to leaders to help us work together, enforce the rule of law, and protect us from harm. We give up some of our individual freedom for the sake of the common good. It's a social contract we've been making for thousands of years. I'm heading into the jungles of Panama to witness this social contract in the making. Today, an indigenous people known as the Embera will hold their traditional ceremony to select a new chief.
You can see they like to play soccer or football. Yes.
Nelson, who learned English at a school in Panama City, is taking me to the Embera's equivalent of Capitol Hill.
This is the local house. We use this for meeting or for dance.
What we would call lodge.
Yes.
Yeah. Once every 4 years, dozens of villagers gather in this lodge to choose their new leader.
Today we are looking for another person to be that we call El Noko.
El Noko.
El Noko is the chief of the community. Okay. So right now we have two people in front. That's two persons, the candidate. The people
This is
are,
like the nominee.
yes.
The only requirements to run for office are that you have to be over 30 and have a calm demeanor.
You see, all the people are gonna make a line. So the longer lines is the winner.
Okay.
So we're gonna see right now who's gonna be El Noko.
That's pretty straightforward. There's no secrecy.
No, no secret.
Who votes for who,
Yeah.
or who you want.
Yeah. The winner is him. Now he's the chief of the community, El Noko.
Okay. The election is simple and transparent. There's no mudslinging, no hard feelings on the losing side. In fact, the runner-up serves as a kind of vice president. And everyone joins the victory celebration. Now, what do you have to do as chief?
The person that's gonna be the chief has to be very responsible and I don't know how to say paciencia. Patience.
Oh,
yes.
See, patience. Feeling for the village.
Yes. I vote for him. I can see that he's a smart man. And of course, he's my father-in-law. So,
got it.
yeah.
This is incredible. To see something like this, true democracy in action. Of course, the MRI need to work together to survive. So it's necessary for one person to coordinate the group to get things done. That's why they entrust power to the chief. This kind of cooperation has helped human societies flourish all around the world. It's a reminder of what's at the core of our own political system. It's how simple it could be.
Most modern societies are exponentially larger than the Embera village. Leaders are now expected to protect millions of people in the nation state.
Now it is time to take longer strides.
Let us then move forward together.
I want to know what the weight of that much responsibility feels like. I've come to New York City to meet someone who was leader of the free world for 8 years, President Bill Clinton.
We, as a society, have this amazing rule of law and democracy. Why do you think it came out so strong?
Well, I think it came as a reaction to popular dissatisfaction with monarchies. The idea that everybody could have their say, that people ought to be, in effect, self-governing, they ought to pick representatives, it really caught hold.
It was this idea that sparked the American Revolution. But representation doesn't mean slavishly following the will of the majority.
Wait, they've had their say.
The pact between elected officials and the people they represent is much more complex.
There's 330 million plus people in this country. You can't have a referendum on every decision. You can represent the will of your voters by trying to carry out what you pledged to do in the election. But even there, you have to convince other people who may disagree to go along with you. Then you have to deal with things that were never discussed in the election, both emergencies and things that you know about that are going to have a huge effect 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road. And so a lot of this will of the people involves having the people believe that you're at least keeping them informed. You're telling them what the deal is. And if you do something that seems today to be unpopular, you explain why.
Give me an example of two of the really roughest decisions as our leader you had to make.
I remember when Mexico was about to go under in 1995. And my economic advisor said they got 24 hours to live, and then their currency will come crashing down, and you'll be flooded with immigrants. It was going to be a disaster, and we don't help them. But the American people were like 80% against doing anything, because they said, oh, they've got themselves in trouble. So I had the executive authority to do it, and I did it. And everybody said, oh, this is terrible. They'll never pay the money back. We're going to be ripped off. We're being taken advantage of. Also, Mexico paid the loan back 3 years early with more than $500 million in interest.
Economic decisions may impact hundreds of millions of lives. But no choice is harder for a leader to make than sending their own citizens off to war.
If you have to use force, you put the lives of young Americans at risk. So you need to be darn sure you're doing the right thing before you go around killing people, because there are consequences of that. People didn't want me to send soldiers in to throw a military dictator out in Haiti. Turned out no one was killed.
Mm-hmm.
Majority of the people were against my trying to end the slaughter in Bosnia, but there were 250,000 dead people and 2.5 million refugees.
The risks from inaction to the world would be far greater than action.
People didn't want me to go into Kosovo, but I didn't want to turn into Bosnia, and they're still holding on to their democracy. None of those places worked out what you call perfectly, but we gave him a chance. The only thing that really matters is whether you leave things better than you started.
Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. What Shakespeare wrote of kings still applies to our elected leaders today. President Clinton decided to make a risky loan to Mexico. He put the lives of American soldiers at risk to prevent genocide in Kosovo. These decisions were not driven by a desire to be popular, but for the long-range common good. That's what good leaders do.
But around the globe, a wave of populist leaders is coming to power. Their quest for popularity may unleash mob mentality and persecution of the minority.
You kill us, we kill your country.
In the late 1960s, the Castro in San Francisco became a mecca for the gay community. People came here to enjoy the social contract that heterosexuals took for granted. Contribute to society, harm no one, and the government will stay out of your private affairs. Well, since then, attitudes and laws have changed, at least here in America. But there are still places around the world where simply being the person you are, harming no one, is a crime.
In 2013, Russia passed a law banning so-called gay propaganda. Activists say it triggered a jump in discrimination and violence against the LGBT community. I'm on my way to meet a Russian immigrant couple, Oleg Dusayev and Dmitry Stepanov. In Russia, Oleg was a television host and Dmitry was a successful psychologist. I want to know why they left behind their careers to come to the U.S.
So now you're a high-profile person. You've got a TV show going on.
Yeah.
When did you publicly come out?
It was in 2013. Yeah. I came out on Facebook. I can show you that post. Today, and for me, it's a time to be brave. Openly and honestly, I want to tell you that I am gay. Orientation is not a determining factor in my attitude to life and people.
Well said.
World changed. Because I was on my work, I posted on Facebook, and I just went to the hall. And you know, people just, was like, I don't know,
stepped
fishes.
Away.
Yeah, and people didn't say hello to me, didn't smile to me. I was like invisible person. And so after that, it was like 2 weeks. My contract just was not renewed.
Not renewed?
Yeah. And I felt how dangerous is it.
We have threats.
It was nightmare, It's many messages, Facebook, texts, that story, this story.
We were overwhelmed. It wasn't dangerous. I know we cannot hide our body language, and maybe sometimes my body expresses who am I. And I was beaten on the street.
It was a terrible experience because police did nothing. So I went to the hospital because my love in the hospital, and they just asked me, who are you? You can't be here.
What are you doing
Are
here?
you family or what? And I just needed to lie something like I'm his boss or something. It was like first time I completely understood who you really are if you're gay in Russia.
Oleg and Dmitry didn't feel safe at home anymore. So they went to New York to let the storm from Oleg's post blow over.
Yeah, actually, we seated for 7 days just in an apartment in New York.
Yeah, we just need some time to get away from everything.
Yeah.
Oleg and Dmitry eventually went out and explored the city. The openness and tolerance they discovered inspired them. Seeing how life could be, they refused to accept their loss of rights in Russian society. Instead, they asserted them by getting married in the U.S.
After our marriage, after our ceremony, somebody stole our pictures from Facebook and published these pictures in the newspaper.
The articles say to be gay it's a shame. He's abnormal. We need to kill them. So they need to kill us.
It was really terrifying. That was the reason why we stayed here.
Yeah.
You only have each other to hold on to here.
It was a difficult choice.
We had our careers in Russia. We had all our friends and families there.
Yeah, but here we can, you know, to go.
Walking.
To walk.
Hand, yeah.
Yeah, and
hold hands.
It's okay. It's normal. I can tell people, yeah, it's my husband.
So now you're happy and you feel safe?
Yes.
Here in the U.S., once the shift started, change came rapidly. What do you think it would take for Russia to be more relaxed?
About 100 years, 200 years. And unfortunately, the situation is getting worse.
There is a lot of stereotypes in Russia. Russia has a different history and a different human rights movement. They need more strength to overcome these barriers toward tolerance.
Well, I wish you both long life, happiness.
Thank you.
More than 2 centuries ago, the United States Constitution gave its people certain rights, and among them was freedom of expression. America would be a new type of society, one where people would be free to be who they really are. The LGBT community had to fight for those same freedoms until recently. Now, Oleg and Dmitry are engaged in a struggle to move Russian society forward. I hope they succeed, because in the end, any society that stops people from being who they truly are is bound to fall.
There will always be divisions in a society, disagreements between political, religious, and cultural groups. When leaders exploit these divisions, they can steal power from the people and keep it all for themselves. In 1971, General Idi Amin took control of Uganda with a military coup.
I must make sure that every Ugandans get the fruit of independence.
He inherited a country hungry for a strong, native-born leader after decades of subjugation under British rule. Amin was initially greeted with cheers, but his regime soon became one of torture and murder. He earned the nickname the Butcher of Uganda. To try to understand how power can descend into tyranny, I have come to Africa to meet with someone who spent years in Amin's inner circle, Uganda's former Minister of Health, Henry Chiyemba. Idi Amin had 8 years. In those 8 years of murders, killings, eliminations, how many people?
It was a difficult figure to come by. 150,000, 500,000. We will never know.
Do you know why Amin did these things?
As time went on,
power was getting sweeter and sweeter by the day.
It always will, won't it?
And he thought he could carry on.
It seems that the longer he was in power, the more violent he got.
Amin knew that he came into power by the gun. And he used to tell his soldiers that the gun is your sister, it's your mother, use it to get whatever you want. Many innocent people were killed. They were thrown on the lake, in the Lake Victoria. And they ended up going onto the River Nile. And you'd find the dead bodies floating on the river.
Well, this sounds like there was just no law.
They are using prisoners to beat their fellow prisoners to death, not knowing that the others will come and do the same to them. It is the kind of brutality you can't explain.
They use detainees to commit these atrocities.
Yes, I was advised, in fact, that my own brother was also killed in that way.
What was your reaction to your brother's death?
It's not something nice to talk about.
The social contract between a country's leader and its citizens is based on trust.
The solution must be determined by the people themselves.
The leader protects the citizens in exchange for the power to make decisions that affect everyone. But a dictator betrays this trust and is only out for himself. Idi Amin robbed hundreds of thousands of Ugandans of their lives in his mad quest to hold on to power.
The government of Africa is strengthened. Thank you very much.
When Amin began targeting members of his own government, Henry Chiemba started to fear for his life.
What will you do to them?
You will see.
After the murder of 2 cabinet ministers who were friends of mine, someone sent me a note.
UVS 335/6. What is that?
Those are the numbers of security cars used by Idi Amin in his execution missions. Someone left a note saying that he had heard some security boys in that car talking about me being the next victim for execution. I felt it was time to go.
Chiemba managed to resist the temptations to flee immediately. He waited for an official government trip to the UN in Geneva, and from there found asylum in London.
You went to work after that to spread the word about him.
I decided to fight Amin in a way that he could never fight me with a gun. I said I would use a pen. I gave interviews to senior journalists about what Amin was doing to the country. I also worked on the book, The State of Blood, for them to know what was happening in our country.
Henry's writing was crucial in spreading word of Idi Amin's tyranny around the world. Amin's ever-increasing lust for power led him to invade neighboring Tanzania. Foreign powers began to take action. Amin's ironclad grip began to loosen.
What is actually happening in Uganda now?
Troops are deserting the army, and Amin is in hiding.
On April 11, 1979, Idi Amin was overthrown by Ugandan rebels and Tanzanian forces. What do you think kept him in power for so long?
Amin was very unpredictable. He would do things that you think were absolutely normal, and yet In the next minute, he's doing the exact opposite. And that kept him in power beyond what one would have expected. Brutality and unpredictability go together.
The English historian Lord Acton famously said, "Power tends to corrupt. Absolute power corrupts absolutely." Few leaders have lived out that phrase more vividly than Idi Amin. Once he seized power, there was no moral line he wouldn't cross to keep power. The specter of Amin is still with us. Around the globe, strong men still covet power, will do anything to get it and anything to keep it. We must be ever vigilant against leaders who want power for themselves, not for us, the people.
When people are robbed of their power, when they lack a voice in their own fate, they face a choice: accept it or fight back. But in the rural lowlands of northern Kenya, one group has found a third way. They are walking away and building a new society. Political science professor Faith Ogeto Orwa is traveling from the capital, Nairobi, to learn more.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're
It's
welcome.
a pleasure to be here.
The village is called Umoja, and its founder is Rebecca Lolosoli. She and the other women here have created a society without men.
Hi, Rebecca. Tell me a little bit about the village and about the women that live here.
Yeah, we have 48 women in this village. We have new women coming.
Yeah.
The way now you see the women are making the houses.
The women who have come here belong to Kenya's Samburu tribe, a society where men hold all the power. In Samburu culture, most women can't own property. They themselves are considered the property of men.
In our community, women has no right. We are not educated, they didn't go to school, they don't have jobs, they don't own livestock, so they have nothing to live on. You know, the Samburu people, we are polygamous, and maybe you will start disliking you, the first wife, and start beating you until they start kicking you out of that home. If you don't also give children, then you are useless. You will be isolated. Nobody wants you.
So all the women that have come here really have very difficult stories.
They have been beaten, they have been threatened to be killed, they have been raped.
Rebecca herself was abused and evicted from her home. That's when she left to found Umoja.
We started Umoja in 1990, decided to build the village so that we can stay together and live together. When the men started seeing it getting success, now they wanted to kill me. They said, if we kill her, then everything will go down. The men come and beat the women, they rob the women. They wanted to kick us out of this land. Even my own mom told me stop. And I was telling her, I'm not going to stop.
How did you protect yourselves?
We didn't have any protection. At night, when we see them, we wake up, we start running, but we refuse to go out of this land completely. Once we have already built and we stayed here, we live here, it was hard for them to get us out of this land.
The women of Umoja endured the attacks, and the raids on their village finally stopped. Umoja has now become a thriving community. The women generate income by making bead jewelry and selling them to tourists. They raise livestock and are experimenting with growing their own crops. But Umoja's crown jewel is its school. This is where the women are creating a new society, different from the one in which they were raised. They hope the boys growing up here will learn to treat women as equals and take that attitude with them when they leave the village as adults.
We have seen education is the key for everyone. This village is like a training center. We teach our boys to respect the rights of the women. We are proud of our sons.
If Rebecca has her way, Umoja is just the beginning of a new, broader culture where women have a say.
You always move forward. I'm always moving forward. Whether they say they are killing me, I'm not scared. I'm always going forward. So our life is always improving.
The women of Umoja were born into a society where they had absolutely no power, where the men treated them like cattle. So they built a new society. They are rewriting the social contract, giving women a voice in the new order, and imbuing their sons with the belief in gender equality. Theirs is a young culture, but the future looks bright.
New societies begin with the hope of solving old problems.
Ethics and corruption concerns at the center of a federal bribery investigation.
But human nature means that certain challenges arise again and again, like the influence of money. Can it be stopped from eroding the very foundation of democracy?
Today's hearing is about more than greed. It's simply a tale of betrayal.
In a democracy, power is ultimately supposed to rest in the hands of the people. But it doesn't always work that way. Lobbying, greed, and corruption strip voters of their power, selling influence to the highest bidder. No one knows this better than former lobbyist Jack Abramoff.
Great to see you. Thanks
Indeed.
so much.
Thank you.
Got a table back here.
Okay.
From our first hearing, Mr. Abramoff's insatiable greed came to the fore.
One of K Street's most successful lobbyists, Jack became infamous when he was convicted of taking illegal kickbacks, wire fraud, tax evasion, and bribery. He spent nearly 4 years in jail for his crimes.
Some races were impacted by lawmakers' connections to disgraced lobbyist Jack Abramoff, part of what Democrats labeled a culture of corruption.
Okay, people go to Washington, and the first thing they start saying when they're campaigning is, I can't be bought.
Right.
I'm there to represent you.
Right.
And it doesn't last that long?
No, I think almost everyone shows up like that. But over time, and sometimes it's only a few hours, and sometimes it takes a few years, eventually the lure of the political money, which they need to get reelected, becomes so strong that, in fact, they get affected.
So what happened with you? You were obviously very good at it.
Well, I was deep in the game. I opened up a couple of restaurants where I let them eat like it was a cafeteria. When they wanted to go play golf, I would put them on my airplane and fly into St. Andrews to play at the old course. And ultimately, what happened was an article got written in the Washington Post about my lobbying practice on the front page, and I became the great villain of Washington. And I at first didn't think I did anything wrong, but I decided to go back and reread the million emails that I had sent in the course of being a lobbyist. And I started rethinking myself and started thinking, you know what? I cooperated, I pled guilty, and away I went. At the end of it, I realized it was wrong. This system where people pay to play in Washington.
Paying to influence government is all too common for the powerful corporations that can afford it. It's estimated that they spend over $9 billion lobbying our elected officials every year.
There were about 535 people between the House and the Senate. How many of them are clean?
Well, clean in the sense of not allowing people to give them money, very few. Maybe a dozen on both houses. Maybe. But most of them unfortunately do, and they excuse it by saying this is the system we live in, and this is how things are done.
This is not the way a democracy should work.
No. And it wasn't the way this country was supposed to work.
What should we be doing to make things a little easier, a little better?
If the money were removed, it would have an immense effect not only on the system in terms of our political system, but on the individual congressman. There are other things also. For example, term limits. I was against term limits. When I was a lobbyist, I wanted every congressman to die in office when they're 150 years old. Because the same way when you have a car, right? You have a car, you run out of gas, you don't go get a new car, you go to the gas station and put some gas in, right?
Yeah.
So if you've bought a congressman and you're a lobbyist, you don't want to have to go buy a new congressman, you just want to put a little more gas in the tank. And people, when they get there at the beginning, they're not really corrupt. They're not part of the system. Get them out of there before they become corrupt.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I'm glad you went to prison because you had time to think. And now you're on a great crusade. You're on the high road.
Thank
you. Money is power. So many people in this country feel they don't have a voice, that the government isn't listening to them, that their vote doesn't count. And that's the truth. As Jack knows all too well, you have to pay to play in our American political system. I believe if we're going to make our democracy work, if we're going to make it truly representational, we're going to have to take money out of the equation and put people back in.
But a seismic shift in the balance of power is already underway. The explosion of social media means everyone can express their will 24/7. Will technology make leaders more accountable? Or will it make leaders obsolete? Corruption, repression, and tyranny all rob people of their rights in society. But the internet has given them a new way to be heard. When leaders monopolize power, can technology help people take it back? To find out, I'm headed to San Francisco. I'm here to meet one of the founders of Twitter, Evan Williams. He's moved on from Twitter now and created a new internet startup, Medium.
I'm always curious about, if you'll pardon the expression, people like you. Where do you come from? Who are you? How did you get into this?
I grew up on a farm in Nebraska, rural Nebraska, literally in the middle of the cornfields. I was pretty isolated growing up, and this was pre-internet. I had a computer. I learned programming when I was in high school. And when the internet started emerging in the late 90s, what I believed at the time was once everybody had a voice, we would all be smarter because good ideas would rise to the top and truth would rise to the top, and we'd be able to say, well, that's wrong, this is good, let's talk about it.
I'm thinking about, my father was a barber, and a barber shop was town hall. So everybody even heard it on the radio or they read the paper and they came to the barbershop and discussed it. Is Twitter the extension of that?
Yeah, we've used that analogy before of the global town hall. Turned out it was more complicated than that. So when we built Twitter, it was with the ethos of we want to connect as many people as possible and let information flow as freely as possible, and with an assumption that most people are going to use that in a good way, which is true, but the degree to which people who are the bad actors can spoil it for other people, we didn't really design in well enough. And so I compare it to the real world and saying, even if you believe most people are good people, you still may lock your door when you leave your house.
So the internet is a good thing. We can all know more about each other and perhaps be smarter.
That's the hope.
On the other hand, we have the dark side. Which side's winning?
It's really pretty equal match right now. I think what we found is that what gets rewarded on the internet is attention. It doesn't reward quality of attention. It doesn't reward accuracy of facts. And people have figured out, well, what's the cheapest way to drive attention? Have a car crash. And it gets this self-reinforcing cycle. So if you look at a car crash, then the internet thinks, oh, you like car crashes. Here's more car crashes.
Evan sees these digital car crashes, clickbait, trolls, and fake news as threats to the internet's promise of giving power back to the people.
Have you come up with any idea about how to go about this, I'm going to call it cleanup?
The way that I now think about the internet is it's neither good nor bad. It's a technology that makes it easier for people to get what they want. It's not that dissimilar from other technologies. If you think about agricultural technology, help people get what they want and need, nourishment and food with less effort. But then the technology kept going, and it feels like it's probably gone too far. The fact that we have access to these cheap calories at all times, and that feels good in the moment, but is way beyond nourishment.
What are you doing with your new company to change what people get from the internet?
With Medium, we're definitely trying to move things in the right direction. We're trying to create a space for nuance and depth. I think that's the nourishment that may not be there in the junk food, and we're trying to make that really work.
If we can get to the point where internet forums and social media truly reward thoughtful engagement, a new form of democracy could emerge. We could all vote all the time on every law. Representatives could become obsolete. But Evan believes direct democracy is fraught with danger.
What we're seeing today is the ability for everybody to at least have a say. And it's, in many instances, been phenomenally powerful. Online activism has been incredible, but it goes both ways. The alt-right movement, which was really powered by people getting together online who may have fringe ideas in their local community, but they find someone who agrees with them, and collectively they get critical mass, has been pretty scary as well. So the idea of direct democracy today, 10 years ago, I would have said, well, that's going to be awesome because the right things will happen. And now, I don't know.
So is there hope for direct democracy in the future?
I think today's information environment underscores the importance of representative democracy. Things are so complex today, much more than they were 200 years ago, that the idea of let's all vote on the healthcare bill, and like the complexity of that, to understand it, we need to elect people who we trust to make those decisions for us.
But if everyone can vote on the laws themselves, you can't stop me from voting just by gerrymandering my district.
I think what we're unhappy with is the representatives, not necessarily the representative democracy. But what I think the internet will drive us toward is demanding more transparency from the representatives and being actually responsive to their constituents' needs. And I think it's more possible to make that happen now.
Evan Williams believes that the internet, like the printing press, the radio, and television before it, is fundamentally changing the relationship between we, the people, and our leaders. It gives us direct and instant contact with government. It has the potential to wrest back power from leaders who have gone off course. But it could also take democracy in a frightening direction, steered by hateful hackers, vengeful trolls. The task ahead of us now is learning how to use our new power wisely. Since the dawn of civilization, there's been a tug of war between society and its leaders. Now, we need leaders to get things done. But if we give up too much power, tyranny ensues. People lose their right to choose their own destinies. Today, we stand at a crossroads. Technology has given billions of us the power to make our voices heard louder and clearer than ever. Today, we have the power to shape society and be accountable for the world we make. Now, I'm hopeful, in spite of the dangers that lie ahead, because I believe that ultimately, there is one power that is greater than any despot, the power of the human spirit. I believe that. Growing up, I never dreamed of going to college here at the University of Mississippi. But James Meredith did dream and decided to make that dream a reality at a school that had never admitted a black man. In Mississippi in 1962, that was an act of rebellion. When he showed up for class, there were riots. 2 people were killed. But James Meredith insisted on his right to change the way society worked, no matter what tumult it might cause. He was a rebel, like Spartacus or Susan B. Anthony or Nelson Mandela. These rebels changed the world, but countless others failed. What makes a rebellion succeed?
Why do rebellions start?
President Bush said, "We do not torture." I knew that that was a lie. I was going to tell the truth.
How do rebel movements spread?
I was breaking into every government imaginable.
Black lives matter! How many more black people have to die?
We won't allow you to kill us and us to be silent.
And what makes the rebel spirit ignite a revolution?
We want the power to the people.
When they want to touch our freedom, we go on the street and we fight.
This is my journey to discover the ties that bind us and the common humanity inside us. This is the story of us. Every society runs by a set of rules, be they cultural, religious, or economic. These rules are never perfect. They can favor one group over another. They can be exploited by people in power. Rebellions often begin with shocking revelations that the rules are being broken. In the wake of the attacks on September 11, 2001, President George W. Bush signed a secret directive to allow the CIA to imprison suspects in the war on terror. The loosening of the laws quickly led to rampant abuse and torture of prisoners. The administration denied any official torture policy, but then a whistleblower came forward, CIA officer John Kiriakou.
John?
Very nice to meet you.
We agreed to meet on a Hollywood set that recreates the type of facility typically used for covert interrogations.
This is the interrogation room? This is what it looks like?
It's pretty accurate. I mean, the paint job is nicer, but it's pretty accurate.
All right. So you were in the CIA. What'd you do?
After the September 11th attacks, the CIA's Counterterrorism Center made me the chief of counterterrorism operations in Pakistan. And so my job was to hunt for the Al-Qaeda leadership and to try to capture as many Al-Qaeda fighters as I could get my hands on. And then we got word one night that Abu Zubaydah, who we believed at the time was the number 3 in Al-Qaeda, was somewhere in Pakistan.
Coming up.
We broke down 14 doors simultaneously and grabbed everybody, and we got him.
After his capture, Abu Zubaydah was handed over to the FBI for interrogation.
The FBI agents were actually collecting actionable intelligence that was being used to save American lives and to disrupt future attacks, but the pace was very slow. That's the process. The process is you sit across the table from the prisoner, and this could take weeks or months. You establish a rapport, you establish a relationship, maybe you offer him a cigarette, you offer him a piece of fruit, and eventually, exactly, he's going to open up to you. But the CIA said this was taking too long. And so the CIA took over the interrogation of Abu Zubaydah and they began to torture him.
What method were they using?
The most famous one is waterboarding. Waterboarding is where a prisoner is strapped to a board, but with his feet elevated to his head. And material of some sort, cloth, burlap, is put across the mouth, and then water is poured on his face. Well, it gives you the feeling of drowning, which is a terrible, terrible thing. In the case of Abu Zubaydah, water actually did get into his mouth and into his lungs. He had convulsions. He was crying and begging for them to stop. This cuts to the heart of the problem of torture, and that is that the prisoner will literally tell you anything that he thinks you want to hear just to get you to stop torturing him. I was just as upset about September 11th as everybody else was. I had lost friends at the Pentagon on September 11th, but this just crossed a line. I saw people at the CIA losing their minds in the name of counterterrorism.
What do you mean by losing their minds?
Doing things that were unthinkable on September the 10th. We're supposed to be a shining beacon to the rest of the world on human rights, and we're supposed to be a nation of laws. I'm actually ashamed to say, though, that I kept my mouth shut for 5.5 years. There was nowhere to go but the media, and I was afraid to go to the media. So I left the CIA in 2004 and still kept my mouth shut. And then finally, in December of 2007, President Bush gave a press conference, and he looked directly into the camera, and he said, "We do not torture." Well, I knew that that was a lie. And so I decided I was going to tell the truth. And so that's what I did.
On December 10th, 2007, John confirmed the CIA's routine use of waterboarding on the news program Nightline.
Waterboarding is probably something that we shouldn't be in the business of doing. We're Americans, and we're better than this.
John's words helped human rights activists raise public awareness of prisoner abuse in the war on terror.
What happened after you gave the interview?
Well, the CIA filed what's called a crimes report against me with the Justice Department, saying that I had revealed classified information. And then finally, in January of 2012, I was arrested by the FBI, and I was charged with 5 felonies, including 3 counts of espionage. Now, espionage is one of the gravest crimes with which an American can be charged. So I was facing 45 years in prison.
In return for a reduced sentence, John pleaded guilty to confirming the identity of a covert officer to a reporter. Since very few people are charged for that type of leak, John believes his prosecution was retaliation for blowing the whistle on the CIA.
My wife and I, the night before, sat at the dining room table with a calculator to figure out how long we could make it as a family with me in prison. And we figured we could make it for 2 years. And I got 23 months in the end.
John and his family paid a heavy price. But by speaking out, he helped inspire the McCain-Feinstein Amendment in 2015, which bans the U.S. government from using torture.
If you had to do it all over again, would you?
100% I would do it again. The American people have the right to know what their government is doing in their name. That's what a democracy is. That's what transparency is. Somebody had to say something. I called my wife one night from prison, and she said, today was a really great day because the Senate torture report was released today, and everything you said was true. And you know, that just made it all worthwhile.
Whistleblowers start out as part of the establishment. When a rebellion comes from the inside, there's always a very, very strong institutional backlash. John paid a heavy price for what he did. But his actions eventually led the citizens and the lawmakers to change the law.
Whistleblowers with inside access aren't the only rebels who can expose government secrets. The information age may herald a new way to fight the system. A global network of hackers is emerging whose goal is to break into state-run file servers from the comfort of their own bedrooms. Are they the future of rebellion? To find out, I've come to New York to meet a former rebel hacker, Hector Monsegur.
How did you become a hacker?
I was 13 years old, and I lost my father. My grandmother was arrested. My aunt was arrested, and it was a tough time. My family members were drug dealers, and we're Latino, Puerto Rican, from the projects. I needed some time away from reality. That was the whole point of me getting on the internet, was just kind of escaping a little bit. And I started reading about the different hacker cultures, and I was like, wow, okay, this is interesting. Can I do it?
Okay. And eventually, you're involved in, what do we call it, hacktivism?
Hacktivism, yes, sir. My grandmother would tell me about Puerto Rico, because a lot of us in New York City, we don't know nothing about where we come from. And so
that means you don't know really who you are.
Exactly. I would talk to her, my grandmother, lovely lady. And she would tell me, well, it just so happens that you come from a town called Lares, where we had our revolution. And although it failed, at least we tried. And that was a little bit of inspiration for me. In 2000 is when I did my first activist operation. There was a situation where the Puerto Rican government allowed the U.S. Navy to bomb the island of Vieques. The problem is the shells they were using were depleted uranium shells, cancer-causing shells. The island is full of people. I thought that was wrong, and I'm like, what can I do to help? What I ended up doing was just breaking into the U.S. Navy servers and defacing the website. I replaced the front page with my own message.
Okay.
It was kind of like, well, you know, you gotta show respect to the island. There's people living there. You can't use depleted uranium shells. You're actually killing people.
The Navy ended operations on Vieques in 2003. Protesters created pressure with tactics including occupying the range. But Hector believes his hack helped the cause, and it gave his life newfound purpose. When the hacktivist collective Anonymous formed a few years later, Hector was quickly drawn in.
I became involved with Anonymous. It's a decentralized movement. It's a concept of people working together as a crowd.
The group first made headlines in 2008 when it shut down the website for the Church of Scientology.
It's kind of like modern rebellion. Instead of you running into the streets, it's your computer connecting to another computer.
One of the driving ideals behind Anonymous is that information should be open and free. Anyone who stands in the way of this is a target, wherever they are.
When the government of Tunisia started blocking internet service for normal Tunisian citizens, it's a form of censorship. And what we ended up doing was shut down their access, government access, disrupting their cell phone systems, disrupting their email servers.
Hector's success fueled his rebel spirit and led him to take part in ever more daring cyber attacks.
So now we reach a point where we're hacking into things that are way too sensitive. We started attacking federal contractors, which you know are very close to the government. That's when things changed. And that's when we became wanted criminals.
Hackers are a new form of rebel. They can assault governments and corporations from halfway around the globe. Hector Monsiga felt unstoppable until he hacked an affiliate of the FBI.
And that's when the FBI is kind of interested. And that's when they knock on my door.
Hector made a plea deal. In exchange for helping the FBI thwart future cyber attacks, he ended up serving only 7 months in prison. Today, Hector has mixed feelings about his time as a hacktivist.
Look, it's a good thing to be an activist. I appreciate activists in the street, but I think that hacktivism gets a little complicated. The deeper you go into something like that, the more radical you become and the more toxic the environment. There's no structure, there's no hierarchy, so it's all chaos. You're breaking into something and destroying it for the purpose of causing chaos.
What are you doing now?
Well, I'm hacking, legally. I'm helping customers with their security and helping them fix these problems. So I took a really bad thing and was able to convert it into something really good.
Hackers are a different kind of rebel. With just a few strokes of a computer keyboard, they can create chaos. But is the power to disrupt just a new digital form of mischief? Hector thinks that, on the whole, online rebellion doesn't lead to lasting change. It's disruptive without being constructive. Perhaps the only way to accomplish lasting change is to do what rebels have always done. Take to the streets.
The internet may not be an effective way to create rebellions, but it can add fuel to them. In 2010, Mohamed Bouazizi, a street vendor in Tunisia, set himself on fire to protest police corruption. His desperate act inspired people in his town, Sidi Bouzid, to take to the streets. And thanks to social media, their protests went viral. They demanded regime change and a democratic future.
We want all the power to the people.
The movement quickly spread to Egypt, Libya, Syria, Yemen, and Bahrain. It became known as the Arab Spring. I'm in London to meet with Mabrouka Kedir, a Tunisian journalist who risked her life to show the rest of the world what was happening in her country.
Well, hello, Mabrouka.
Hello, lovely to meet you.
Now, tell me this. Why do you want to meet me here?
This is where journalists, when they want to do their stand-up, they come here to do it near to the parliament, which is a little bit different. In Tunisia, especially before the revolution, we cannot go to the parliament to do anything.
During his 23-year reign, Tunisian President Zine El Abidine Ben Ali clamped down on freedom of speech and freedom of the press. All journalists needed permission to film news stories, making it impossible to criticize the government. Mabrouka was working for a German news outlet at the time and was subject to the media censure as well.
So, how did you get involved in the revolution in Tunisia in the first place?
I suffer a lot because I was not allowed to speak about human rights, to speak about civil societies. But on 17th of December 2010, Bouazizi take fire on himself. So it was like Bouazizi gave us the courage to fight against the regime of Ben Ali. We had a lot of protests in the street, The Ben Ali regime in the beginning tried to hide
What's going on?
Yeah, because they are afraid to show others people what's happening.
Really happening.
Exactly. The national TV channel, they tried to give us a bad picture about these people, saying that they are criminals and they want to make fire in the country, but it was not the case. I had to go there to show the world what's happening.
Mabruka felt that the rest of the world needed to know about the rebellion for it to have any chance of success. So without government permission to film, she went to the epicenter of the protest in Sidi Bouzid to cover the violent clashes.
What did your family think?
They asked me to stay at home because they were afraid that maybe I can be killed. And I write them a letter, and then I record that letter in front of the camera, saying that I am on the way, and it's my duty to show the real picture of people who protest there.
And you were out there with your camera. Wasn't that dangerous?
It was very dangerous. People were in the street to protest. And when we approached them, they thought that we are from the Minister of Interior. And
Spies or something.
Yeah, and they started to throw rocks.
You don't drive away, you don't run.
I am a journalist, so my duty is to be in the street.
In 2011, journalist Mabruka Kedia decided she would risk her life to show the world the rebellion that was unfolding in Tunisia. But 2 decades of the oppressive regime of President Ben Ali made the protesters suspicious of onlookers with cameras.
You were out there with your camera and people didn't trust you.
Yeah. They didn't trust us in the beginning because they thought that we are policemen who want to shoot them to show pictures to the government. But then I showed them my press card and I told them that I am from foreign TV channel, so they started to
believe you?
To believe me. I convinced them to tell us about their situations. The poverty, they don't have any development, they suffered. Before the revolution, they cannot speak about these problems. It was like an opportunity to them to speak about their reality. They were very happy to feel the freedom.
Freedom of speech.
Yeah, exactly, freedom of speech.
The protests left 300 dead. But after 28 days, President Ben Ali stepped down. A new constitutional democracy took his place, one that guaranteed freedom of speech. But Tunisia is the only success story of all the Arab Spring uprisings. Libya, Yemen, and Syria are embroiled in civil wars. Egypt has slid back towards authoritarianism.
Why do you think the revolution in Tunisia is doing better than the revolution in any of the other Arab states? Why Tunisia?
We have cultivated people, they are educated, and we have a strong civil society. So I think all the things make the revolution in Tunisia better than others.
You have a budding democracy going on there, right? Sort of.
We are on the way to the democracy. We don't have the real democracy until now because we're still fighting against corruption. I think the constitution is something we have to make real. We have to work together, all people together, civil society, journalists, citizens. We are obliged to fight. When they want to touch our freedom, we go on the street and we fight against.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, listen, fingers crossed.
Thank you.
The results of the uprisings of the Arab Spring are mixed. Revolutions don't always succeed. And even when they do, the fight for lasting change is not over. Replacing the old with something better takes time, and the efforts of brave people like Mabruka. Real rebellion isn't a sprint. Real rebellion is a marathon.
100 years after Abraham Lincoln abolished slavery, African Americans took to the streets to fight for the rights that were still being denied them. Another half century later, that same fight continues. But the struggle has found new energy, both on the streets and online. Black Lives Matter went from a hashtag to a global movement in just a few short years. I'm going to Los Angeles to meet Patrisse Cullors.
How many more black people have to die?
She formed Black Lives Matter, along with Alicia Garza and Opal Tometi in 2013.
Hands up! Don't shoot!
So, Patrisse, how'd you get started in fighting social injustice?
I grew up here in Los Angeles, and it was heavily policed. Every boy, by the time he was 13 in my neighborhood, had been arrested. My brother, who was 19 at the time, was brutally beaten by the sheriffs. He says when he woke up, he was in a pool of blood. They disappeared him inside the county jail, and my mother couldn't find him. When she finally did find him, it was about 2 months later. And, you know, this is supposed to be one of the government agencies that are protecting us, and it was quite the opposite. In fact, they were perpetuating violence. And so I wanted to know, how do I advocate for someone like my brother? I knew he wasn't the only one going through that.
Patrisse spent the next few years volunteering for social justice organizations, fighting for the rights of people of color. And then, in 2012, came the death of Trayvon Martin.
And I watched the trial. Every generation, there's a racially charged trial. And the George Zimmerman trial was that. I said, okay, maybe he's not gonna get murder, but of course he's gonna get manslaughter because he killed him. The jurors said he was not guilty. And they took my breath away, literally. And I was searching, you know, within the first 30 seconds, what are we gonna do? I was feeling helpless, enraged. I remember crying. And so I went on social media and I started to look to see what other people were talking about. Alicia Garza wrote a note to Black people and she finished it off with Black Lives Matter. And that was the part that stood out for me the most. And I put a hashtag in front of Black Lives Matter.
So we have Black Lives Matter. Its inception point is around Trayvon Martin.
Yes.
But then there was quite a few others behind that. The young man who was killed in Ferguson, Missouri.
Yes. After Mike Brown is killed, we're like, it happened again. And the people of Ferguson rise up. And instead of getting the support of the city, they are met with tanks, rubber bullets, and tear gas. And the whole world is watching on social media. A bunch of us are like, we gotta go to Ferguson. And we literally got a crew of 600 people from around North America, medics, therapists, lawyers, Black journalists, youth organizers, and we drove into Ferguson for 3 days during Labor Day weekend.
After Ferguson, Black Lives Matter made it its mission to ensure there was an investigation every time an African American was killed by law enforcement under questionable circumstances.
There was 18 chapters that blossomed after that And we would literally double and triple in the next couple years. That would make us have over 40 chapters across the globe.
Hands up, don't shoot!
In 4 years, the movement that Patrisse founded has sparked a national debate on police use of force. Problems persist, but many police departments have introduced body cameras. Others are training officers in de-escalation tactics, hoping they will reduce unnecessary deaths.
How do you respond to the pushback from people who say, all lives matter?
I remember when I first heard the phrase, all lives matter. I was pretty alarmed when we came out with Black Lives Matter and people didn't respond well. I was like, this is a very simple statement. And we're saying Black Lives Matter too, right? All lives will matter when Black lives actually matter.
I was around at the beginning of the latest chapters in the civil rights movement. Mm-hmm. So how does Black Lives Matter compare? I mean, is it like the civil rights movement, or is it moving in different directions than that?
We see ourselves as a part of a long legacy. What is different is the character of our movement. We're not living in a time where we have a young Black man in a button-up suit, speaking on behalf of Black people. And oftentimes we reject the idea of a single leader. No one individual can give the movement light. The movement itself is the light. The people are the light.
Do you think rebels are made or born?
I think it's both. I really do feel like I was born a rebel. But then I think there's some of us who are born into a lot of privilege. And I think those folks are made. I think those folks are some of the people who are now just joining our movement.
Patrisse says she was born to rebel. And sadly, she grew up with no shortage of causes. Thanks to Patrisse, Alicia Garza, Oprah Tometi, the Black Lives Matter movement has grown into a global, decentralized network of passionate organizers. With no single leader, it can't be stopped by silencing just one person. It is not only a growing rebellion, it's changing the way we rebel.
Successful rebels must be prepared for the long fight. Change doesn't often come quickly. But some rebels have the foresight to fight for change they know won't come until long after they are dead. When Afghanistan came under Taliban control in the early 1990s, millions of women faced a radical change in their rights. They were forced to wear burqas in public. They weren't allowed to work or go to school. They no longer had legal recourse against domestic abuse. Most chose to go along and live by these rules, even if they disagreed with them. I've come to Berlin, a city with its own history of rebellion, to meet someone who's fighting for the rights of Afghan women. Paradise Sururi is the first female Afghan rapper. Along with her bandmate and fiancé Diverse, she's using music to try to change attitudes towards women in her homeland.
I'm really fascinated by the music you make. What made you get into music and performing?
When I was a child, my father used to play keyboard and for fun, and I used to sing, and my parents always told me that you will be a superstar, and right now it's my dream.
It was 2008 that I met Paradise, and we realized that we have a common interest for music, and we said, let's make it happen. Let's make music in Afghanistan.
It was so hard. You have to hide from the neighbors all the time.
For women, making music is extremely forbidden. So you will be caught, you will be jailed, you will be stoned, and whatever could happen to you to make you stop.
Were you ever attacked?
Yeah, several times.
Several times?
Yes, and one day I came back with my little brother, and suddenly we were surrounded by motorcycles.
10 men confronted Paradise and her little brother. They tore off her hijab and screamed at her, saying she was a terrible person because she was a singer. Paradise was scared for her life and called out for help, but people just turned their heads and walked away.
I was at home waiting for Paradise to come home. I was shocked because I saw her hijab was torn away and he had some
bruises,
blood here and bruises, and for me it was very shocking. And I asked her what happened, and they realized that we are making music. And I said, like, okay, then let's go to the police and let's just tell them what happened. And we went there, we told the story, and they were like, okay, so don't make music anymore. Why do you want to make headache for yourself? We are not here to support you or to protect you. If you want to leave, just don't make any music anymore.
The police just condoning you guys who beat you up. They're pretty much like saying, yeah, it's cool. Did you consider quitting?
No, of course not. Give me more power to take it more serious and make more music.
Paradise and Diverse continued making music and performing. They moved from their home city of Herat to the more cosmopolitan capital, Kabul. They started to become very popular, but life for women in Afghanistan was becoming increasingly difficult.
Unfortunately, I faced with a very bad news. My aunt told me that something happened to my cousins.
Paradise's oldest cousin, who was 11, was set to be married off to a 60-year-old man. Rather than face this fate, she set herself on fire. Paradise's 9-year-old cousin did the same.
The oldest one said, let's do it together, because after me, father will do it for you too. So she burned herself, and unfortunately she died, but her youngest sister, she is alive, but half of her body is burned. I didn't believe it because it was my relatives, and I decided after that to make and write a song about my relatives and the people and women in Afghanistan that's suffering.
Paradise decided to raise a voice, her voice, for the voiceless Afghan women suffering from such a thing, and it becomes attention for national and international media. So suddenly it became boom everywhere.
People were paying attention to your push for women's rights. Was that dangerous still?
Still, it was dangerous because it was taboo, and breaking taboo in Afghanistan as a woman, it was really, really hard. You are in pressure all the time and thinking what is happening for me today or tomorrow.
It's really easy to be killed and no one really cares.
You're no longer in Afghanistan. How did you end up here in Berlin?
2015, we invited for a gig, and we just realized it's a good option to decide to stay here. Right now, we are free to make music about women's problem in Afghanistan.
We inspire them still through our Facebook or from our social medias that we have. This is what we have to do. We have to be rebel, we have to stay positive, we have to make music.
Yeah, and we're going to make a bright future.
You've got a really important thing going on here.
Thank you very much.
And I just wish you both the absolute
Thank you so much.
best. Music is a powerful force for social change. Think of the gospel hymns like "We Shall Overcome" that fueled the civil rights movement.
Paradise and Diverse's music won't change life for women in Afghanistan anytime soon, but they are planting a seed in the minds of the next generation.
Like Martin Luther King said, the arc of the moral universe is long but it bends towards justice.
Rebels thrive on opposition. But what becomes of the rebel who suddenly finds himself president? Bolivia. This mineral-rich South American nation spent much of the 20th century under the control of military leaders. Many of them seemed eager to get rich while ignoring Bolivia's dirt-poor indigenous population. But has this cycle finally ended? I've come to Santa Cruz, the country's biggest city, to meet Evo Morales. He's the first indigenous president of Bolivia. But before he ran his country, he was just a farmer.
How do you want me to refer to you?
¿Cómo quiere que él se dirija a usted?
Evo. Evo. Morgan.
I want to know how this man from humble origins succeeded in toppling what he saw as an entrenched political class.
So, Evo, tell me about you.
My father, Dionisio, and his wife, they had 7 children. Of those 7 children, only 3 survived, and of which I'm the youngest.
Eso es más o menos.
That's basically the standard of living that we had in the rural areas in Bolivia.
Evo grew up to become a cocalero, growing the plant which has been central to Bolivian culture for centuries, coca.
Es harina de coca.
This is coca flour.
Harina de coca. Buenísimo.
It's very good.
What is the significance of the coca leaf to the indigenous Bolivian peoples?
La hoja de coca, en su estado natural.
In its natural state, it's food, it's a source of wellness, and it's part of our identity.
But when treated chemically, coca transforms into cocaine. In the 1980s and 90s, under pressure from the U.S. and its war on drugs,
we will defeat that scourge. Let's go to work and get this done together.
The Bolivian government began cracking down on coca production. Evo, like all coca farmers, was angry at losing his livelihood. But he was also incensed that Bolivian culture was taking second place to the needs of foreign powers.
I remember when the government came out with this edict that there would be zero tolerance for the drug trafficking part of it.
El consumidor de la hoja de coca.
The person who consumes the coca leaf, whether tea or whatever, is considered a consumer of drugs and or narco-dependent.
Esa es la política del gobierno de Estados Unidos. La política.
But that's basically the North American projection in order to penalize something that is part of our culture.
You butted heads with the government over the growth of coca.
Como llegamos al año 1980 en plena dictadura.
So in the 1980s, I become a part of the Coca Growers Syndicate.
Se ha creado una institución dentro de la Policía Nacional.
There was a special police unit that was designated to fight the coca growers.
A un hermano campesino.
A fellow coca grower, a member of the syndicate, was burned alive by the forces of the dictatorship. I was a young man, 18, 19 years old, and I couldn't understand what was happening in Bolivia.
Y ahí empieza ya a entender, ¿no?
That's how I began, basically creating an awareness and a consciousness of human rights.
Evo rose through the ranks of the Coca Growers Syndicate, and by the early 1990s, he was one of its leaders. In 1994, the government arrested him. In protest, over 3,000 peasant farmers set out to march 360 miles from their fields in Cochabamba to the capital, La Paz.
When the march was in Ayopaya, which is a midpoint between Cochabamba and La Paz, then they set him free.
Después ya me incorporó a la marcha.
And then he incorporated himself with the movement, with the march.
Just joined them and kept going.
When the march had reached La Paz, Evo saw that it wasn't only the cocaleros who were angry at the ruling regime.
The march was not only about the coca movement, It also involved human rights, and it also involved having our own national dignity.
Todos se sumaron.
When we arrived at La Paz, and it became a massive movement.
Evo embraced this new coalition and helped transform it into a political party, the Movement Toward Socialism, or MAS. In 2005, Evo Morales was elected president.
It's the first time that a union leader is duly elected by the popular vote and is the president of the country.
As president, Morales has taken his socialist rebellion to the world stage. He sees neoliberal governments as his new enemies. In his eyes, they see Bolivia as nothing more than a source of natural resources and offer little or nothing to Bolivian people.
Which is harder, fighting the government or being the government?
I have more fun fighting against neoliberal government.
Some critics think President Morales is heading in a dangerous direction towards economic ruin and outright dictatorship, a parallel to what happened in Venezuela. But Evo argues he's just fighting for the basic needs that so many Bolivians rallied around him for more than 2 decades ago.
What do you want for Bolivia?
Aquí en Bolivia, los servicios.
Basic services, electricity and water should be fundamental rights.
Entonces, quisiéramos.
And we would like a Bolivia that is totally free.
Evo Morales went from resistance leader to president of his country because he worked hard forming a broad coalition of Bolivians. The most effective rebels know they can't go it alone. Evo needs to continue to make his case to the widest possible audience if his vision of change is to carry on into the future.
As long as there are rules, be they from governments or society at large, there will be rebels to break them. I learned a lot from the rebels I met on this journey. How to achieve lasting change. It takes courage to stand up for what is right, perseverance to form coalitions to keep up the fight, hope that change will come even if it's not in your lifetime. But most of all, successful rebels have a vision of what the world could and should be, and share that vision with people around them. Rebellion is the way society sheds its skin and transforms into something new and better.